Anyway, let's try this again. Sorry for people who've caught the beginning of both runs. You're going to now hear the explanation for 98%. Just one more time, hopefully, today. So yeah, so this is Arthur's been back to nature 98%. Hopefully, if it finishes. So yeah, so as you can probably tell by the name of the category, the goal is to get 98%. And if you're wondering why 98 and why not 100, it's because the game doesn't actually go up to 100%. It stops at 98 because of how all of the different things are increased, or you know how the percentage meter is increased. So basically, the main one that stops it from going up to 100% is because basically pretty much every percentage or like every requirement either adds, most of them add 10. There's one that adds 20, so that's fine. But the recipes only actually go up to 8%, and that's because there are only 64 recipes in the game, and you get 1% for every 8 recipes you complete. So you only actually get 8% from all the recipes. And that's why we can only get 98%. They actually changed that in the girl version of the game because in the girl version of the game, the recipes is you get 1% for every 6 recipes you get. So you can actually get 100% in the girl version, but we're not playing the girl version, we're playing the boy version. But yeah, I've already read out the requirements for 98% twice today. So if you're watching this either in the future or now, and you want to find out what, and you want to know what the requirements for 98% is, then if you're watching this live, there is a link in the title to an FAQ which will list all the requirements. If you don't or can't click the link in the title, then if you type 98% in, or exclamation mark 98% in chat, Nightbot will post the link for you. If you're watching this in the future and this is a VOD, then chances are there'll be a link to it in the description. And aside from just telling you what the requirements for 98%, that'll answer potentially a few other questions you'll have about the run. Hey Turtle Wins, how are you doing today? I'm sorry about that. I don't think I'm doing that on purpose. Okay, so we're finally into the game. The intro has ended. Let's start playing. So for the first couple of weeks or so in this game, we're just going to be doing some foraging. We're just going to be foraging the same few items over and over again to make ourselves a bit of money. Hey Kirito Repulsor, how are you doing today? But yeah, so we skipped those first couple of days there just because there are some cutscenes that we don't really need to or want to watch. And skipping them doesn't really do anything bad. We're able to just miss out on a few days of foraging and skip those cutscenes. Oh wow. Amazing movement already. Full run or not, so this is a full run. This is, well, it's as full as we need it to be. Obviously, you know, there are, I suppose, many things in the game that we don't do, we miss out on. A lot of cutscenes we miss out, really, but we do get the maximum percentage that you can get in the game. So as far as the game sees it, we complete it. So it's a shame that the last one didn't go so greatly, I suppose towards the end of it, but because I was actually getting semi-decent luck during it. So let's hope for a little bit of similar luck, so hopefully it will rain either, I suppose now today, or tomorrow now, because it hasn't rained today. So the reason why I'm hoping for it to rain, or why I was hoping for it to rain either today or tomorrow, is because that basically allows me to not have to go the long way around Barley's farm in order to avoid the cutscene where he tries to give you a horse. That I think because I have to wait until 1 o'clock anyway, it doesn't really. I suppose it doesn't necessarily save me time, but I think it saves me like a bit of time in terms of like loading zones, I suppose. Okay, so no rain, unfortunately. So that just means I have to go the long way around. Isn't going to be a big problem. This means my day is going to be a little bit different than I suppose how I'd like it. No, I'll take a bit of a risk. I reckon if I get there before 8, that's early enough. Yeah, okay, that's fine then. That's the thing, is I don't know exactly what time that cutscene like can start. I imagine it's almost definitely after 10, because that's when like the farm shop actually opens. But I wouldn't be so sure on that being like the earliest. So here we're going to get the fishing rod, which is a very, very important, very useful item. Yeah, now we're just going to wait for the supermarket to open. Hey, Hito Kage. Kage or Cage? Sorry if I've pronounced that wrong. Thank you for the good luck. How are you doing today? So all that foraging we're doing at the moment is in order to afford the seeds that we're going to be buying now. And a rucksack. Now we can't afford the rucksack just yet, but that's alright, we'll come back to that a bit later, but we do need to buy the seeds now so that they grow in time for the festival that we want to attend to. And hey, Woohoo Brokeback, thank you for the good luck on the run. How are you doing today? So yeah, so now we just have to wait until 1 o'clock when 1 opens his shop in the inn. So one of the things I am able to do whilst waiting for the one to open his shop up is, first of all, I'm able to finish shipping the items that I haven't foraged today. But I'm also able to get Potpourri's introduction cutscene. So a lot of the characters have these like introduction cutscenes that you can pretty much only see in the first month of the game. And one of my big time saves comes from in winter of year 1. I was a lot lower on affection with Potpourri than I should have been. So I wasted like a bunch of time basically having no items to try and like regain her, or like not regain her affection, but like finish befriending her. And basically part of that is because I missed her introduction cutscene in my PB, which I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, and realistically it shouldn't have been, because I should have definitely been over the amount required, but oh well. But yeah, so because I can't go to Barley's farm without then activating the cutscene for the horse, which we don't want to activate, I have to go to the inn to go buy some stuff from 1. So I have to go pretty much the long way around. Though really, I don't know, I think it probably takes roughly the same time. maybe. Maybe there's like one extra screen transition, maybe. In fact, actually, this might be it might be quicker for this because I think there's like one less screen transition. One extra, exactly. See, this is how I remember what time 1 opens the business, because it's 1 at 1. So here we're going to see Anne's introduction cutscene, which doesn't do anything. It's one of the cutscenes that we don't really care about, but we pretty much can't avoid, because you have to visit one in spring, or you don't have to, but you know, in this route we have to. And because of that, and because of what time 1 opens, I suppose the only way to avoid it, if there's like a day where Anne isn't in the inn, which I don't know if there is, there probably is, but I can't think of what day it would be off the top of my head. Then that would be like the day we'd go, but then chances are that would like conflict with something else. So say for example if it was a Sunday, then I wouldn't be able to go to the supermarket to buy the other seeds because the supermarket would be closed. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, Karito, because, well, we already buy cabbage in the run. We pretty much have to. But there isn't really a way to, like, there isn't a better way to route that, I suppose. I don't think, anyway. But yeah, so we've got our crops growing, we've got the fishing rod, but we still need the rucksack. And that's because we want to be able to hold all of the crops that we're growing in our rucksack all at once, in order for a glitch called shipping duplication, which if you caught the last bit of the previous attempt, you may know briefly what you've seen a bit of a snippet of shipping duplication, but hopefully this run will actually properly show you what it is. Yeah, but so because we need the rucksack still, that's why we're still doing a bit of foraging. So if I really get a little bit of rain during this section of the game whilst I'm growing these crops, that would like, it wouldn't necessarily like make or break the run, but you know, it would save me just a tiny bit of time, just a few seconds in this in this 11-hour speed run. And that's the thing, in the old route before shipping duplication, rain would have been a lot more helpful because you'd actually have to grow 100 of each crop. So you'd be doing a lot of watering, so obviously rain would help you out quite a bit. Whereas in this run, where we basically only have to grow one of each crop, yeah, rain's only a bit helpful. But speaking of rain, yeah, so because it's raining today, I can just run straight past my crops. Save like 4 seconds or so watering them. And then nothing else is really like sped up or slowed down by rain, so it's pretty much just that. What I'm doing with this movement, because I'm doing some wacky movements at the moment, which I should kind of stop. So even though this turnip is now done, I don't want to pick it up because then I'd have to keep it in my rucksack. I don't want to ship it yet. I'll be, doing a very precise thing to ship it a bit later. But yeah, I don't want to pick it up because then I'd have to keep it in my rucksack, and that would basically be one less space I can use for other items, which I do still want to keep at the moment. Or rather, I do want to use that extra space in my rucksack, so even though my turnip is ready, I'll just be leaving it there in the ground. I'll still be watering it because if I don't, it would then die. Yes, so if you don't water a crop for long enough, or for like enough days, they do like die and wither, or obviously if like the season changes. So that's why even though my turnip is now harvestable, I'm still watering it just so that it doesn't die. So I think I should almost be done with the foraging. And you're pretty much done with it close to Ellie's birthday. I think that'll be about 2 more days after this. Maybe. would it be possible / worthwhile to do shipping duplication on the foraged items? No, is basically the short answer. So there's kind of like basically one item it's only, or like I suppose 3 items outside of the crops that it's worth doing shipping duplication on, which is so those are the earring, the necklace, and the bracelet, and that's because they're the most like I suppose expensive, but basically they ship for the most. They're like the most expensive items in the game. They all ship for 2000 G. Hey Siroxus, thank you for the good luck. How are you doing today? But yeah, so because of the way the shipping duplication works in this run, because you want to do, you want to ship 100 of each crop. Also, there are 12 different crops. 12? Yeah, there are 12 different crops in the run that you want to do shipping duplication on. So because of the way like the bag works, like the rucksack upgrades essentially work, the first one you would do will be 4. So you'll be able to do like 4, duplicate 4 items, and then the second you'll be able to do 8, which will basically be like, which is like all of the items that you need to duplicate. So if you wanted to do any more items, you'd have to wait up until 6 AM again, do that whole thing. You wouldn't be able to just like throw in another item, or at least I don't think you would be able to. The only other real like way you'd possibly be able to do that is if you got the rucksack, you got both rucksack upgrades before you did the first shipping duplication, in which you then would be able to do like a few extra items or have like a few backups or whatever. But then the problem with that is you'd have to make a lot of money beforehand. So making like the 3,000 and the extra 1,000 or so for the items, for the crops seeds that you need and the rucksack upgrade isn't a massive deal. But so to get the next rucksack upgrade, I'd need an extra 5,000. So yeah, that would take me a bit of doing. Thank you, Jiroxus. Keeping it very tidy, obviously, at the moment. Yeah, trying to keep it all very well kept. Right, okay, good. So that's enough money for everything. So, yeah, so tomorrow is Ellie's birthday, and in this run I'm going to be friending mainly 2 people. I suppose technically 3, because there's my child at the end of the run. But not even for the majority of the run, but for a good portion of the run, there are basically 2 people that I care about befriending. Those being Ellie and Popery. So we've already, seen a bit of Popery. I've already said hello to her and had her introduction cutscene. So today is Ellie's birthday. And in this game, you can give multiple gifts to people, and they will always, like, as long as they like them, they like the gifts, they'll always do like an amount of affection. They'll always increase the affection of that person. But every gift after the first is a slightly lower amount, or rather, it doesn't lower each time, but it does less than the first amount will. So normally, if you were to give a loved item to somebody, so an item that person loves, if you were to give it to them, that would be 500 points of affection. Or for bachelorettes anyway. There's like a different system for villagers, but since most of the characters, the 2 characters I'll be befriending are bachelorettes, will stick to their system. So that's worth 500 points of affection. And then if you were to give them an additional gift after that, that was also loved by them, that would then only be 300, and then every other gift after that would continue being 300, or every other loved gift anyway. But what you're able to do is, if you wrap up the present in the supermarket and give it to them as a present on their birthday, it counts as a birthday present, and that increases that multiplies the amount of affection by 5. So the first gift, instead of being worth 500, will be worth 2,500. And then every other gift after that, as long as it's wrapped up and it's a loved item, instead of being worth 300, is worth 1,500, which is already like that's still like 3 times as much as like a regular loved gift would do on a regular day. So basically in this game, if you want to befriend a bachelorette very quickly, what we do is we get a lot of presents, we get a lot of items that they love, and we wrap them up at the supermarket, and yeah, and then we just go give them to them on their birthday. So because I only need to get Ellie to 10,000 affection so that she'll give me a piece of chocolate on the Winter Thanksgiving Festival, I only actually have to give her like a few gifts, because a few gifts, like 3 gifts on her birthday, and the 2 heart events that I'm going to be getting today, that basically like mostly that like gets her to about 9,500, and then the remaining like 500 I'll get just from like seeing her at festivals and stuff. I'm gonna see if I can like get this slightly quicker. I don't know if you can get this cutscene by exiting the hospital, but I'm assuming you can't now. That's fine. So yeah, so because Potpourri we only need to get to 10,000, as I said, she's like pretty much now at 9.5-ish. So yeah, so I'll talk to her at a couple of festivals. I don't really even need to do that, because I think just winning the swimming festival, which I have to in order to get a power break, should be good enough. But you know, play a little bit safe. So I'll talk to her at a couple of the festivals that I'll go to this year. And you know, that'll be good enough. But Potpourri, who we are actually going to marry, obviously because we're going to marry her, she requires a little bit more. But for the time being, we're pretty much going to. I'm also only going to get her to 10,000, so that she'll also give me a piece of chocolate on the Winter Thanksgiving Festival, because I need 2 of them for 2 different recipes. So what I'll be doing is I'll be giving Potpourri some gifts this year for her birthday, and because I want to get her to 60,000 in total, I can actually go a little bit. It's actually almost kind of better if I go a little bit over 10,000, because then that means I don't have to befriend her as much in year 2. Because so the requirement to get chocolate from the Winter Thanksgiving Festival from a girl is 10,000. It's between 10,000 and 30,000. And then after 30,000, they start giving you chocolate cake instead, which you can't use as you can't use as a replacement for chocolate, unfortunately, in the recipes. But yeah, so basically I can get Potpourri anywhere between 10,000 and 30,000, and as long as she gives me the chocolate and not the chocolate cake, that's fine, and then I could just continue befriending her in year 2. But her birthday's not until summer, so we don't have to worry about that just yet. What we do have to maybe worry about, maybe not, is the fact that shipping duplication is coming up. So, what is shipping duplication? You may find yourself thinking or asking, or both. Basically, shipping duplication is a glitch which allows us to, well, duplicate shippable items. Or not necessarily duplicate shippable items, but it allows us to ship items over and over again. So basically we duplicate them by shipping them. So there are kind of two main parts to this glitch. The first part is staying up until 6 AM and opening your rucksack as the game turns 6 AM. So what happens at 6 AM every day, or if you were to stay up at till 6 AM, the game will transport you back to your house and start the next day. If you open your rucksack as the game does that, then what you're actually able to do is move around whilst whilst you have the rucksack open, which you usually aren't able to do. So that's like the first part of the glitch. The second part of the glitch is basically if you move an item into your hand from your rucksack whilst you're in this state. I don't know if it's just if you just do it normally or if you specifically double tap the item to get it into your hand, but basically by double tapping it, definitely it moves the item into your hand, but then your character will automatically throw the item. So what you're able to do is position yourself so that you're facing a shipping bin, so that your character will automatically throw the item into the shipping bin, therefore shipping the item. And the way the game works is when you throw an item into the shipping bin, or not even into the shipping bin, just when you throw an item, when you have an item in your hand and then you throw it anywhere, it pretty much like gets rid of the item from your hand in terms of like the rucksack menu. Like pretty much like when it like hits the ground, essentially. It's like when the throwing animation is done. Despite the fact there's not really a way to interrupt the throwing animation. But so because of that, what you're able to do is move the item that you've just put into your hand and subsequently thrown. You're able to move it back into your rucksack, and what this does is then it doesn't remove the item. It doesn't, just like it doesn't. The game doesn't recognize what item you've just like thrown, and therefore what it should get rid of. But what it does, it basically tries to get rid of whatever is in your hand. And obviously, there's nothing in your hand, so it doesn't get rid of anything. So this then allows you to put another item in your hand again, and then remove it again before the game gets rid of it itself. This basically just allows you to ship a bunch of items over and over and over again, without losing them, or without actually having to obtain however many of the item you want to ship. So you can basically you can ship like 100 of the item, but you only have to have one of that item. Which is very useful because in this game, to unlock a few of the crops that we need for recipes, we need to ship 100 of pretty much every crop in the game. And, like, I think there are maybe like a couple that we don't. I can only think of one actually that we don't need to ship, which I think is orange cups, which I think count as a crop, maybe. Those are like the only crops that we don't need to ship 100 of. But basically there are 4 crops from each season that we need to ship 100 of, and this means we only have to grow 1 of them instead of 100 of them, which is very useful. Okay, so the reason why I did it on a festival day, and why I'm doing this glitch today, is because on festivals you're able to basically skip the wait from 10 AM to 6 PM because of the festival. So it just gives us a little less time of waiting around doing nothing. But so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a bit of fishing, because there are a few fish that I needed to get. So medium fish is good, because so there are 3 fish I need to get for recipes. 2 of them can be either medium or large. 1 of them has to be medium. So now as long as I catch a medium or large fish now, it'll be fine. I think technically for it to be like optimal, it kind of has to be a medium fish, because otherwise, just because of the way recipes work, I'll end up using like a medium fish to catch it to make the recipe. And then when I don't have another medium fish, I'll have to basically make the recipe from scratch again. But I also need a power berry, which you can only catch in winter or spring at the ocean, which is why I'm fishing here. It's not necessarily the best fishing spot, but it's pretty much the one that I have to use. Okay, so that's all the fish. That's quite good. Not even quite good. They're getting pretty much all the fish that quickly. It's very good. Because now I just have to get the power berry. So yeah, so the fishing is just pure luck. There is not really. I mean, there's still to like actually reeling in something, because that's timing, I suppose. But whether or not you're going to reel in a boot, a fish, or a powberry or whatever, that's entirely down to luck. But luckily, I suppose is I have until 6 a.m. to reel in the powberry, and then if I don't get it then, I also have. I'm also doing shipping duplication again in winter, so I then have another 12-hour period-ish of waiting from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. again, where I can try and catch the powberry. So it's not necessarily lucky if you do get it, it's just really unlucky if you don't. It's been really this game is weird, almost a bit sentient when it comes to fishing, because it's been really generous. So now it's going to be like, no powberry. But then sometimes it knows like you want a specific thing, and then it will give you exactly what you don't want. I need to get a bit careful because it's getting late and I obviously don't have any of the crops on me. I only have fish. I'm also getting very low on stamina. I think I'll head back now just to be safe. Okay, so not getting everything isn't a big deal. As I said, there's like an opportunity to go fishing again in winter. gosh, come on. Oh my gosh. So every time like I bring up that, like, I do this, that's because I haven't actually pressed the circle button before I press triangle again. So it's like in order to spam triangle to bring back the menu up, I gotta press circle to close it. Oh, come on. Right, so because I missed that, that means I have to do that whole day again. Which is actually irritating because I did have quite good luck with the fish then as well. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the best song in the Back to Nature soundtrack. The like 10-second fanfare on loop. Okay, so let's try some fishing again. Hopefully I'll get just as good, if not better, luck. I'd be perfectly happy with pretty much the same luck as last time, but I'd also be fine with with better luck and get all the items that I need. But really the important thing is that I get shipping duplication. If I get that, then I'll be happy. Right, so that's a large fish. So because of the recipes that I need, I'd now kind of want to get another large fish and then a medium fish instead of now 2 medium fish. 2 medium fish will still be acceptable, but I can do like a tiny bit of menuing at the end a bit quicker if I get 2 large fish instead of 2 medium. Or rather, instead of a medium and a large for the recipes. But of course, catching anything would also be great. The fishing in this game is just just weird, because because you have to like release the button to like reel in the line, and they expect you sometimes to just have ridiculous reaction times. Like those last 2 times, like how was I meant to get that? Hey, Crimson Igarashi. Yes, so I am emulating this game on computer, but even if I was capturing it from like an actual console, the bit on the left, the timer, that's software running on my computer. So I'm using a program called OBS Studio, which basically allows me to capture like various programs and record them and stream them all together at once. So the timer on the left of the screen is live split, and the game is being played on an emulator. But as I said, even if I was playing on like actual console and I had some sort of capture hardware or software or whatever, then it would still pretty much look the same, or it would be done the same way. Right, so I've got the 2 large fish, which is good. Now I just want a medium fish and a power berry. And I would definitely like to get one of them, because otherwise I'm kind of stuck in between places. A couple things. Come on, just one more. Just one more item. Medium fish or power berry, that's all I want. Okay, I have to leave. I can't spend any more. I pretty much have to go pick up the crops now. Okay, so that's not a great outcome. Not getting all the fish or not getting the power berry, and I'll explain that after shipping duplication, just because I'm gonna focus on this instead, so I can actually get it. Chat, I'll ask for a favor. If anybody asks what I'm doing during shipping duplication, obviously, like, I pretty much I go very quiet during that part because I'm focusing. So if somebody asks, just do me a favor and try and explain it as best as you can to them. How in depth, I suppose, is up to you. Okay. Right, first part done. Good. No, don't tell them I'm cheating. I'm not cheating. Okay. Cool, so I'm going to be quiet for a bit. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Sailor 11 Sedna. How are you doing today? Right. Okay, final one for the moment. Final one for this shipping duplication. It's not a really weird thing to say in a speedrun, but I'm worried I'm going too fast. Okay, that should be enough. Yep. Perfect. Well, yeah. Okay, so that's shipping duplication done. Good. I can finally look at chat and read again. But yeah, well, I suppose Sailor and Crimson, thank you for hanging out in this channel on your days off or at work, I suppose. Also, so Crimson, as a zookeeper, what's like the best animal that you take care of, that you look after? What's your favorite that you zoo keep? So counting isn't the hard part. The hard part is not messing up the rhythm. So if you just mash during that, then the game, like, it lines up so that eventually a crop will, like, whatever you're duplicating will get removed. I should be able to just do it tomorrow instead. So there's like a kind of rhythm that you have to like tap it to in order to keep them all going. Oh, okay, so it didn't push me forward, and it also didn't. Well, oh come on, give me not rain. I actually kind of there's not necessarily don't want it to rain now, but it raining means I can't visit the harvest goddess. There has to be the palm cockatoo. So what makes the palm cockatoo stand out above the rest? But yes, if anyone has just joined, that was just that was shipping duplication, a very precise glitch. Complicated, I don't know, but difficult as well. Oh my gosh, this rain. But yeah, so now, as you can see, we have quite a bit of money. Not a whole lot of money, I suppose, in terms of how much we need overall, but we've got enough money for the time being. And along with that, we're also almost done with spring, which is good. So I'm just giving like these few extra, so the items that I had left over from shipping duplication, just giving to the harvest goddess, because so even though these crops that I grew and have used for shipping duplication, I do actually need for recipes later on. I actually can't store them at the time being, and it's slow to get the house right now. Oh my gosh, rain. Yeah, it's slow to get the house upgrade that allows me to store the items now. So I'm basically just giving these away to the harvest goddess. Oh yeah, I need a sickle. And I have forgotten to split, so I'm just gonna split that, skip that split, and then yeah, we'll fix that some other time if this PBs, I suppose. That sounds pretty cool then, Crimson. They sound like pretty interesting, cool animals. Okay, so today is the swimming festival, which I need to win in order to obtain a power berry. I also need to do a tiny bit of fishing because I think it's the medium fish I still need to catch. So whilst I'm just waiting for this festival to begin, I can do a tiny bit of fishing here in the hopes that I can catch the final fish that I need. Okay. Well, never mind on that then. I'll have to try and catch that fish another time. Okay, so even though I skipped the split for spring one, I was about I was in like somewhere between like 3 and 5 minutes behind, which isn't too bad. Especially considering I messed up shipping duplication once, which definitely takes more than 3 or 5 minutes to reset up, I think. Okay, so this is a little bit of an important festival because I don't believe. No, I think maybe in the last one I managed to. I'm not sure, but I think I've only maybe done it once, first try. I think I've only won this festival once, first try, which I think was in an attempt I did last week. Hey Linka, how are you doing today? Just in time for the swing festival, first try, I'm sure. Oh no! No! Oh, sorry, I hit my mic there. Gosh darn it! Drowsy but awake. It's storming out, yeah. I hope it's not too bad. It's quite nice where I am, actually. So, as is tradition, I'm in my room, just curtains closed, like, no sun at all, please. Nice summer weather, I want to stay inside and play video games. Okay, let's try doing that. A little bit of fishing again. And of course, let's try and actually get it first try. Well, no, this isn't first try anymore. Yeah, no, let's try and get Swimming Festival first try, right, guys? So yes, there is a kind of pattern. There's a technique to the Swimming Festival. I never remember it, and that's why I pretty much never do it first try. Because what I should do is at the beginning of each stream, or even before the stream, at the beginning of the stream before I actually do the run, I should practice. What I don't do is practice. This is a terrible fishing spot, by the way. There are only like 3 fishing spots or something in the game, and apparently that is just terrible. It's one of the weird things where apparently like the ocean is one of the more difficult fishing spots, but at least I catch stuff there, you know? But that's the problem, is because the festival is taking place at the ocean, I can't go there to fish before the festival starts. And then pretty much every other festival takes place in the town square, so I can't get to the ocean then either. Right, let's try this again. Okay, I think I just about beat Kai. I wasn't doing very well then. Okay. I saw like the screen for a second, I thought Kai was like the one accepting it. I think I'm really worried. And there you go, Power Berry acquired. Hooray. Now enjoy this jingle. It was very close. It was a lot closer than I would have liked it to be. But I won, so I don't care. Right, let's give me the axe. Actually, let's keep the fishing rod as well. No, that's not what I want. Okay, so new season, that means we've got new crops to grow. So that means I gotta do a little bit of waiting in order to get the crops. And again, I'm not just waiting until 9 o'clock for the supermarket to open because I have to buy a lot more. I have to buy more seeds from 1, so I have to wait for him to be open at 1. Yeah, I might collect a couple now. So I'm thinking of items for Potpourri's birthday. I might not go to Mother Hill. Actually, no, I'll go on the way after the supermarket. So I want to start collecting items for Potpourri's birthday. If I have enough time to do just like the tiniest bit of fishing. And this is nice because I want to go to Mother Hill for a couple of reasons, really. One is to collect items for Potpourri's birthday, but also to try, but not really, to chop down the tree on Mother Hill so I can get another power berry from that. Okay. This is a little quick attempt at fishing there. So of course I'm gonna get the bigger rucksack, so now I can store more items, or I can at least hold more items, which is good because that allows me to do give a lot more presents to Potpourri, which means her birthday on the 2nd year, I won't have to give as many then. Okay, so what I think I should be able to do is like get all of the flowers for Potpourri today, and then I should also actually be able to wrap them all today. And just basically, actually no, I won't be able to do that exactly. I'll only be able to get like 7 of the flowers because of the turnip or whatever crop is still in my bag, because it kept bloody raining at the end of spring. Cabbage, okay. Oh, hang on, I want to pretend to chop down the tree. Yeah, I think I might as well just wrap them now and just only give 7 instead of 8. I don't think I should have to visit the supermarket for anything else. Actually, something I can, maybe shouldn't do now. This might... no, this should be... I should be fine for this for money. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay. So, if you've played this game before, and you know a bit about it, or at least remember a bit about it, you may remember that, or know that Potpourri's birthday is usually on Summer 3. But at the beginning of the run, I actually selected my birthday to be Summer 3. Purely with the intention so that Potpourri's alternate birthday would be used. So if you're not familiar with this game, every girl, all of the bachelorettes in this game, have an alternate birthday in the event that you select what their birthday was as yours. Potpourri's is Summer 10, so I selected my birthday to be Summer 3 so that Potpourri's will be Summer 10, and this isn't really useful now. Like, it won't really make much of a difference this year, but it makes more of a difference in the second year. When I'm, like, finishing off befriending Potpourri. Why aren't they looking at it? I don't know. It's, they just... Well, see now Rick, not Rick, you know, whatever his name is. Guy. It's teleporting. Maybe they weren't intending to have a conversation, he was just, you know, he was running away. She caught up to him. Anyways, I'm going to try and buy, hopefully I have all the money, which I should. I'm going to try and buy all of the seeds from one now. So this will be the expensive one. Good. And now, yeah. So I suppose ideally to save a bit of time on text, you'd want to have like a less empty, or a more empty rucksack, so that one shuts up quicker and just goes, here you go, instead of, oh, what mysterious wizardry have I performed to the seeds that aren't in your rucksack? And it's like, yeah, okay, one, come on. Right, so this may get me... Oh no, this will almost definitely get me a cutscene, but... this basically will be a cutscene that I can't avoid, so oh well. Most likely. Oh no, okay. That's good. No, not even a cutscene. Because sometimes if you enter the shop late enough, there's like a little cutscene that you'll get, which is like... It's part 2 of a 3-parter, but part 1 is Karen's introduction event. So, because I've waited until... Because it's now no longer the first spring of the game, I can't get Karen's introduction event. So we'll never find out what part 1 is. But I suppose you can kind of tell from the context of part 3. Yeah, so I'm doing all this wrapping for for Potpourri's birthday in advance, so that on her birthday I don't actually have to wait for the supermarket to open to go and wrap the presents. Because she's available before 9 o'clock, I can pretty much just run straight to her house, give her her presents, and then leave. Okay, good, these are all the ones I need. Okay, so you may be thinking to yourself, okay, it's summer, you're growing your crops that I'm going to use for shipping duplication. Yep, okay, cool. Why am I now growing 2 of each crop? And there is a reason for that. The reason is because in summer there are chances of storms, and storms can destroy your crops. So in a kind of like precaution really to it, I'm basically growing 2 of each crop instead of 1, just so in the scenario that a storm happens and they get destroyed, I've got at least some chance of not getting absolutely fucked over. Obviously, if it destroys both of them before I'm able to harvest them, that'll suck. Especially if it's pineapple, because pineapple takes stupidly long to grow. And by stupidly long, I mean like 21 days. It takes 21 days for pineapple to first become harvestable. I don't even really know what I'd do in that case. I suppose maybe I'd be able to save like on the day of the storm, and that may like not exactly save like which crops have been destroyed. I don't know. Reloading would change it each time. I don't know, because thankfully, hopefully this won't jinx it. It hasn't happened yet. I've had storms and I've had them destroy crops, but I haven't had them destroy the crops to such a degree that it kills the run. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think there's like, I think I've heard something, or like I've read something somewhere that it's like, I think it's like a percentage range, possibly. So like if you have not many crops, I think it's got like a low chance of destroying many of them. Like, so I think if there was a storm, I don't think it would destroy all of them. But I don't know. I don't know how it would work or how it does work. And the developers thought storms, because there's a good chance it could just be entirely random. But I don't know. Oh, very cool. Okay. Well, I suppose we'll see what happens to my crops. Yeah. So not a single one destroyed, which is very good. So that just means they've gone a day without water. So yeah, so it's stuff like that as to why I think it's potentially on like a percentage range. Because if you do have like little to no, well obviously if you have no crops it doesn't do anything. But if you don't have very many crops, it doesn't... It's like less likely to destroy a lot of them. So here we're just going to say a quick happy birthday to Potpourri. I don't think they water the crops anyway, I'm not sure. So what would she be on? So 6 of those presents, all the ones after the first would have done 1,500 each. That's 9,000, no, 12,000 total. Henbagok, very nice name. That's 12,000. The first heart event would have done 2,000, so that's 14,000. Her giving me that egg was another 2,000, that's 16,000. I'm now also going to get a bit more of affection with her because I'm going to hatch this chicken. Ah, this is something I definitely should have thought about again. I forgot about it in my previous run. The problem is I'm not going to have any food for it when it wakes up. So as soon as it becomes a regular chicken, I'm going to have to start a new file. And that won't cost me time, it'll just look like it'll cost me time, because I need to start a new file at some point anyway. But yeah, so then, on top of all the affection I've got from presents and heart events, then there are basically just miscellaneous festivals. So she'll be on like about 18,000, I think, ish. So basically, by the time that this event is done with the egg, she'll be on like she'll be on 20,000, which will be a blue heart. Okay, so just to get a little extra affection, we're going to name the chicken after Potpourri. So hatching the egg, so just receiving the egg from Potpourri gives you 2,000, hatching the egg gives you another 2,000, and then naming the chick Potpourri gives you another 1,000. So this was actually one of the reasons why Potpourri was the first, like, why we married her in like pretty much the first revision of the route for this game, or for this run, because so this is like her third heart event, and she's the only one whose third heart event works like this. Basically everybody else's is really dumb and stupid, and Potpourri's is really good, because you can get loads of affection from it, and everyone else is pretty much limited to 2,000 and other stupid requirements. There you go, so she's now on 20,000, at least. Which means in year 2, I'll only have to give her enough gifts for like 40,000. Plus at some point I still probably will actually get her third, or her second heart event at some point. what I should have done is try to get it on the 2nd of spring or summer, and remembered to go to the poultry farm to buy chicken feed, because I keep forgetting that was going to happen. Okay, so now we're just waiting for the pineapple. I'm gonna keep saving, just because I want to send over my chicken. Like when it's not when it's already hatched, when it's a grown chicken. So basically, when I know it's a grown chicken, I'm just gonna reset and start a new file. Which, don't worry, the run isn't resetting, that's just me making a second file. So the only reason I'd be making a new file at the moment is basically so I don't have to worry about looking after this chicken that I do not have any food for. But there's a kind of bigger reason that I want to start a new file, a second file anyway. So I'd be starting a second file regardless. I just usually wouldn't be doing it at this point in the run. In fact, actually, no, it probably is better if I just do it now, because if I wouldn't be able to do anything with the eggs at this point, because I don't have any storage for them. Why don't I start my second file before I start my first? So that's just kind of more down to... I forgot to save that. So this will be the day. Yeah, of course, this is the first day that the chickens... So the chicken's gonna be a bit angry with me at first, but oh well. Okay, sorry. So why don't I start second file before I start the first file? So that's just kind of more down to like a general ruling. Where we basically decided if you were to use a second file, it has to be made during the run. Because of the fact that, like, if you make a second file, you have to watch the intro again. You have to name all your stuff again. And obviously, if you've got like files set up beforehand, it's kind of hard to say like, oh yeah, you can make your file before the run, but then I suppose it makes sense to then draw the line at like, oh, well, obviously you can't have you can't already have animals on it or anything like that. That would give you an advantage, but then at that point it's like, well, you may as well just start the file during the run. Oh, you meant during the run itself. I don't know. We just don't really. I just never really thought about it. I suppose one reason is if you were to just watch the intro 2 times in a row, you'd have to explain why you're doing that. And to be fair, like I'm not really properly explaining why I'm making a second file now. So the short answer is animal exchange, but that's not going to happen for a while in this run. So in kind of like the route I've been using before we changed back to Potpourri, when I'd set up the new file, that would basically be like when I was doing animal exchange. But obviously because of the eggs in the chicken that you get from Potpourri, it doesn't... you kind of need that second file to just switch the chicken over. But yeah, like exactly, it doesn't make a difference to timing at all. It just makes a difference as to what split you do it in. So I'm losing a lot of time now, or it looks like I'm losing a lot of time now. Pretty much I'd say the biggest like actual time loss there is Potpourri's birthday probably lasted a little bit longer than in my PB, because in my PB I still got married to Ellie. Some of the time loss is obviously carried over from Spring 1. I don't know if in my PB I did first try Swimming Festival, but if I did, that would have lost me time. But now I'm losing essentially artificial time that I will then save again later, because of whatever split I actually did watch the intro again in and set up my second file. Okay, so we've watched the intro for the second time. So we're just going to go ahead and save. Pretty much straight away, because we don't really need to advance time in this second file at all. This file is pretty much just to trade animals back and forth. Okay, and now back to the main file. Yeah, so it's actually going to be like a little bit upset, a little bit miffed, because it's had like one day of not being fed. Well, it's had quite, like, it hasn't been fed for its whole life so far, but apparently you don't need to feed baby chickens. You don't need to feed them as chicks, just when they're adults. Okay, so pineapples should be done. Yep. So I think the storm may actually water the crops then, because I planted them on summer 2 and it takes 21 days for them to grow. So I think crops do actually then get watered in fall, in storms. Which is good to know, I suppose. But yeah, so we've gotten all the crops we need from summer for the time being. So that means we're done with it. Okay, so we're now in fall. And fall is quite straightforward, I will say. Not really much going on in fall, because the crops don't take that long to grow. Um, yeah, so I'm just gonna wait for the seed shop to open again so I can buy the crops, buy the seeds that I need. We're gonna make a quick stop off at the ocean, try and catch a single fish. I would say a single fish, I need it specifically to be medium. That's actually probably going to be a thing that like is going to cause me the most problem, is not just any fish will do, it needs to be specifically medium, because I've already got 2 large fish, I believe. So I don't actually know if I can buy, if I have enough money to buy all the grass seeds that I need, but I don't even know if I want to buy them at the moment. Yeah, I've got chances to come back to the shop later in the run anyway, so I don't need to buy them now. In fact, no, I think grass is quite expensive, so I almost definitely won't have enough. But yeah, so because it can't storm in fall, if we move back to the growing 1 of each crop, we don't need to grow 2 anymore. And as I said, the fall crops grow very quickly, so so fall is quite a short season. But it's alright, we make up for that with it's quite a long season later on in the game. I think Fall 3 is quite a bit longer than the other ones of that year. Okay, so raining yesterday was quite good, because that means I've skipped the cutscene with Carter, where he talks to me about the music festival. So that's always a good thing if it rains the day before a festival, because the day before a festival, usually somebody will come and talk to you about that festival. Depending on your circumstances, they'll ask you if you want to take part in it. So obviously if it rains, that usually means you don't have to go outside. So that means you can just skip the cutscene. So you have to buy this ball from 1, even if you deny him, he sells it to you anyway. Okay. The birds felt that it was necessary to stop the music. They're like, no, we're gonna do our little bird song. Can't have the music playing over that. So yeah, so if I had managed to catch the power berry whilst I was waiting for the first shipping duplication, I'd actually want to do the second shipping duplication during this season, because this season I'm still able to access my pond and store fish, which you're not able to do in winter. But because I don't have the power berry, but I still have a fish I need to get, I'm going to be doing it in winter. I'm going to be doing shipping duplication 2 in winter still, just so I can get the power berry then. Because I have other opportunities to like just wait up and do regular fishing, whereas fishing specifically in the ocean at either spring or winter you don't get that opportunity that often, or you don't get like such a big opportunity that often. Okay, so we've got all the crops, so that's fall done. Some of my crops might actually end up like being harvested multiple, or not harvested, but might grow multiple times anyway, because most of the crops in fall are reharvestables. So just because of the rain, if some of them haven't died, they might end up regrowing. Which actually, if the crops didn't die going into winter, that would be like kind of helpful. It would help me get like a tiny advantage going into shipping duplication, but not really. It would mean I could miss like 1 or 2 off. Instead of doing 100 during the actual shipping duplication, I'd be able to get away with like doing 99 or 98 or something. It would really help. Yeah, as you can see, we're already done with fall. I think that is probably the shortest season in the entire run. It's only like 9-10 minutes. But okay, so coming up is shipping duplication number 2, which we're going to be doing as part of the dog race. Well, that's the festival that we're going to use to save a bit of time waiting. Okay, so whilst we wait for the dog race to start, I'm going to be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, if you weren't here for the last shipping duplication, or maybe you just caught the actual execution of the glitch and you weren't here for the explanation of it. So, shipping duplication has two parts to it. The first part is waiting up until 6 AM when the game would usually transport you back to your house and start the next day, and basically opening your rucksack as that happens. So what this allows you to do is then run around and move around the world whilst you have your rucksack open, which usually you can't do. So then, whilst you're in this state, what you're able to do is move an item. When you move an item to your hand, your character then automatically throws it. And usually what will happen is when you throw the item, it will remove it like from your hand and from your rucksack altogether. Basically when it hits the floor, or like when the animation for throwing is done. However, if you were to move the item that you just threw from your hand back to your rucksack, then it won't actually like remove it from your bag. You'll still have whatever item you've just thrown. So if you position yourself so that you're facing a shipping bin, you can throw an item into the shipping bin, but then put it back into your rucksack so that you still have the item, and so that you can basically do it again and ship the item again. And you can constantly keep shipping the item over and over again. And yeah, and this is very useful. This allows us to basically duplicate the shipping of various items. So we use it on all of the crops that you need to ship 100 of each. In order to unlock all the unlockable crops. So yeah, so this is the second shipping duplication, which the first part is pretty much the same. The first part of the glitch is the same as the second part, it's the same as doing it the first time. But the second part is a little bit different, or not necessarily different, but it's more difficult in terms of the first time you do the shipping duplication, I only had 4 crops that I needed to do. So I wasn't really doing it for that long, it wasn't that difficult. This time I have 8. So I have to ship 100 of each of these crops in my rucksack, but I basically have to be doing the glitch for twice as long. So there's a little bit more room for error. So in my PB, I did actually get both shipping duplications first try, I believe. But you may notice, well, hang on, there's still a massive time save in this split. Anyway, and that's because in my PB, whilst I did get shipping duplication first try, which was very good, I had always, like, I suppose like in a previous part of the run, I had messed up and not had enough affection with Potpourri to get the chocolate from her on the Winter Thanksgiving Festival. So I spent like a bunch of time basically trying to get her to 10,000 points of affection. So I lost a lot of time through that. So whilst it would be great if I, got first try shipping duplication again, that's irritating because that's basically the perfect fit. That's the fish that I want, but I can't store it because my pond is frozen over. So whilst it'd be great if I got shipping duplication first time, I think I still have potential to save time, even if I don't. But I will save a lot of time if I do get it first try. So yeah, so this is how the game taunts me, is it knows I can't do anything with the fish that I catch this season. So it just gives me all fish. But that was quite good. It's a shame I can't do anything with the fish because I'd basically be done with it by now, at this point. But because I need to catch... Because I can't store fish at the moment because the pond is frozen over, I still need to catch that medium fish in a season other than winter. Actually, it's something I can do. which this won't seem necessarily useful, but will actually be a tiny bit useful. Because now I've just got a lot of time to kill, and I haven't really got anything to do during this time. But usually what I do now is I just like go around chopping up all the wood on my farm. And that would be like a little bit helpful. That would save me a tiny bit on costs of lumber later. What I can actually do is just water the same spot again, and this is basically just leveling up my watering can. It's not leveling up by much, but oh, I can't refill my watering can unless I can. No, I think you can refill it at like different areas. Yeah, but yeah, I think I pretty much have to stop here. But what have I got? 248. So I need it on 300 because that's when it's gold. So you know, getting a little bit of a head start there. That's all right. I think that's the thing. I think now it will go into fatigue. Oh, shit. Okay, that was really stupid of me. I shouldn't have pushed that. So now I have to do it again. Now I have to do that day again because I was a stupid idiot. Actually, no, I have. Yeah, I have to do that day again. Yeah. That was just stupid. I just shouldn't have done that. Like, because that's the thing. I knew that there was like that animation where he falls on the floor is pretty much like right at the end. I shouldn't have gone past that part, and to do so was stupid of me. So I really hope I get it first try now. Otherwise, I'm going to be even more foolish. Or, well, I suppose, you know, at least that time loss doesn't feel too bad doing that, because this is basically now kind of second try. So it's not exactly the same as if I had like actually, you know, messed it up first try or whatever, but it's like maybe a minute or so off of if I had done it. So that was just a stupid way to lose time. So, yeah, so if you have anything that you don't 100% understand about shipping duplication, or if you have any questions about the run in general, pretty much this part where I'm waiting for 6 AM is the perfect time to ask them. Because it is just a lot of standing around doing nothing, or, you know, trying to catch power berries or fish or whatever. Especially considering then as soon as if I get the first part, and then once I'm actually duplicating the items, I then focus on the game, so I can't really talk during that section. Right, so hopefully I get the items that I want again. As I said, I mean, I'm only pretty much looking for the power berry. Any fish are unfortunately useless at this point. Hopefully I get them quickly though. It'd be nice. Wait, all that long with no background music, just have complete dead silence for a bloody boot. Of course. The classic medium fish, which is exactly what I want, just not now. I just can't do anything with it now. Okay, another large fish. See, this seems to be going in like a similar pattern, so I think we might get the power very, very soon. Oh, see now, small fish wasn't part of it last time, I don't think. See, now we're doing things differently to last time. If I actually don't get the power berry this time, I'm going to be really irritated with myself. Well, irritated at myself and the game, because I didn't even give myself a chance to mess up shipping duplication the first time. But then the game just didn't decide to give me a power berry the second time, which is also very irritating. Oh my gosh, I don't need fish. I don't need large fish, especially. All small fish, they're not useful for anything. Come on, power berry, please. I definitely shouldn't have caught it should have rewarded me for catching that, because I definitely didn't mean to catch that one, because it was hoping for me to have insane reaction times. I think I've caught pretty much everything but the power berry. I mean, I haven't, because I haven't caught the kingfish, the ketchup recipe, or... Actually, no, I think there's something... I know it's not the ketchup recipe, I don't think it's something else, but... Come on, game, just like last few hours of the day, minutes of the day, just give me the power berry really quickly. Really quickly. Oh my god. That is ridiculous. I got the power berry as it fucking turned to 6 o'clock. That is stupid. I mean, the chances of that happening are ridiculously fucking slim. I would also like to argue, shouldn't have happened at all, because I didn't, like, it wasn't even like 5:55 when I reeled my line in, so... To get the power berry... would have been, like, great, but then it shouldn't have, like, automatically gone to 6 o'clock. Oh wow, okay, it didn't even actually count. That's the interesting thing. So, I have 4 power berries currently, and I did check just before I reloaded the file. But I had 4 power berries, like, at the end of that. So it didn't even count as catching the power berry. It just showed me, like, I was about to catch it. I was about to eat the power berry. So that makes it triply stupid. This run is it definitely is out to get me. This run just loves playing tricks on me, especially the ocean. So as I said, thankfully for this, due to the stupidity in my PB, there is still potential to save time in this split. Because basically, like, after... Once you get past, like, Winter Thanksgiving... Oh shit, what am I doing? It's 10. Once you get past Winter Thanksgiving in year 1, winter is basically not, like, that's pretty much winter of year 1 done. You then just have to sleep till the end of it. Okay, but I think the reason why I may have been able to accidentally catch the power berry just as it turned to 6 a.m. is because the clock stopped working again. Hooray! Which means I can't do the setup for the 6 a.m. rock clack glitch. Which is fine. You know, it's not a massive problem. It just means I need to. It just means that, you know, there's a little bit more eyeballing involved. But that's the problem is, so far with the second shipping duplication, with the shipping duplication, I haven't even attempted it yet. Like, I didn't get a chance to attempt it last time, and I was stupid the first time. So it's like I've done all of the waiting for not even attempting the actual glitch. Of course, the classic medium fish when I can't use it. It's a classic. It is the game's way of taunting me, which it does love to do. So I'm just gonna apologise, Mike. I'm almost definitely going to butcher your name, but hey, Beisang Gastico. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Hi, how are you doing today? Yeah, there's spots of RNG. So this currently is a little bit of RNG because I'm just trying to catch the power berry. So this is entirely luck, but because of a very useful glitch in this game, I have quite a large window of opportunity to catch the power berry. There are also like tiny bits of RNG as well, like weather can sometimes help. And I suppose storms can sometimes be a hindrance, but I think thankfully there isn't that much RNG. There is definitely some. I think it's mostly fishing, and a few of the festivals are all luck. Why 98% instead of 100%? So, in this game, you cannot get 100%. The maximum percentage that you can get is 98, and that's pretty much entirely because of recipes. So, the way the recipe counter works is you get a percentage for every 8 recipes you collect, and there are only 64 in the game. So, you can only get 8% from recipes, and then pretty much everything else in the game, like, obviously adds up to 90, and there's like a factor of 10. Kingfish, very nice. But yeah, so that's why we get 98%. Is that because that's the maximum you can get in this version of the game. It doesn't look like I'm going to get this power berry again. It's going to be very irritating. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like recipes are probably like the thing that people will probably like less likely to fully complete, like playing this casually. So that'll be like the one area where like they won't know that that's basically that is basically what prevents you from getting 100%. Come on, last hour game, give me that power berry. Hey Brady Kitty, how are you doing today? So after every festival you get a chance to fish for about a berry. Not quite, so I'm about to try and set up for a glitch called shipping duplication, in which I need to open my rucksack as it turns 6 AM and the game transports me back to my house. And the reason I do this after a festival is because festivals, when the festival ends, it puts you at 6 PM, so it means I only have to wait 12 hours from then instead of waiting the entire day. But then I use this because I have to wait till 6 AM just to do this glitch. I use this as an opportunity to go fishing, because there, other than like these, there aren't really good times to go fishing. Okay, so I got the first part of the glitch. So now, okay, to quickly explain the second part of the glitch for people who maybe weren't here for the explanation of it, basically, I'm going to be duplicating items by putting them into my hand and then removing them from my hand. Unfortunately, I'm going to be very quiet during this section because it requires a bit of focus. So sorry if you've just got here. You're just going to experience wonderful sound effects. just to be safe. Okay, halfway so far. This is good. Okay. Hey KMGS, how are you doing today? Yeah, it's sort of, it's got like rounded edges and it's a bit off center. So I kind of get what you mean. I'm worried that didn't count, but I'm gonna keep going and assume it did. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, okay. I may as well carry on at this point. I just gotta do another corn later. There was like a fucking fruit fly like flying right in front of my fucking face. And it really put me off. Which is a stupid fucking reason, but Jesus. I was gonna like stop and wait for it to leave my field of vision, like right in front of my face. But I basically stopped like exactly at the wrong time. final one for the time being. I have to do corn again later, so I have to remember that. Okay. Yeah. So everything else is perfect except corn, which I'm obviously 74 down on. God damn it. That's really dumb. Alright, I don't need any more pineapples, and I don't need any more peppers. Okay, so that means I have to do another shipping duplication later. Just because it's easier to do another shipping duplication than it is to actually like grow the 74 corn legitimately. Okay, so Winter Thanksgiving Festival. So that will lose me a little bit of time later on. It's irritating, but oh well. But the kind of good thing about it is I can use that as an excuse to make some money later as well. That is quite irritating because I was pretty much doing like really well with all of the other crops. Like I had a really good rhythm going on. But I basically just decided to like as I said, there was like a fruit fly that was just like flying right in front of my face, like right in front of my eyes. And I basically decided, okay, I'll stop, wait for it to pass, or at least, you know, like try and like swat it out of my face or whatever. But basically, like when I decided to stop was exactly the wrong moment because it was when the corn was in my hand and not in my rucksack. But anyway, so to answer your question, Besen Gastico, the reason why I do all the different items is because I need to ship 100 of them in order to unlock like special seeds essentially. So in order to unlock certain, like there are like unlockable secret seeds in this game where in order to unlock them you need to ship 100 of each crop from that season. So because I've shipped 100 of each spring crop and fall crop, when it comes to spring again I'll be able to buy strawberry seeds, and in fall I'll be able to buy spinach seeds. But because I haven't shipped 100 of corn yet, and that's the only summer crop I've got left to do, that means I won't be able to buy pumpkins, which I believe is the summer crop. Hey Sophia Marie, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? As long as Ellie is on 10,000 affection and she comes around and gives me the chocolate though, that'll be Fine. Good, okay. So Winter Thanksgiving is done, which means year 1 is pretty much over, and the run is in full swing now. Obviously things can still continue to go wrong here, but this is where I like to think the run truly starts. It's 2 hours in, of course. Yeah, so I am saving a bit of time, but some of this will then be lost later because of messing up that one item in shipping duplication. Which is a shame, but well, I'll be saving time now, so that's good. Doing good? Well, that's good to hear. Okay, so we're done with year 1. Hooray. That's hopefully year 1 out of 3. You can go beyond year 3 into year 4 in this run, but we don't really want to. But so now spring 2. Obviously as you can kind of see, I have a massive time save here. And the reason for that is because in my PB we married Ellie. So a lot of things happened so that I was trying to marry Ellie. So I'd be getting a lot of the upgrades around about now. And obviously I spent Ellie's birthday befriending her so I could marry her. But we don't do that in this run anymore. We now marry Potpourri. So spring has quite a big time save because of that. So something I am going to do is I'm going to try and go to the horse race. Just so I can kind of get starts on the medals that I need to buy the power berry from there. So funny enough, Potpourri and Ellie are about like, they're pretty much the same level of difficulty, I suppose. Potpourri's just a bit easier. Well, not a bit easier, but she's a bit faster. As I said, they're about the same levels of difficulty, really. No, this isn't the Horse Race Festival, this is Ellie's birthday. I don't care about Ellie's birthday. I will say, yeah, Ellie is like, you know, she's definitely top 2. I think I don't know. I don't really have personal like preference over her or Potpourri, but those are like my top two, only partially influenced by the speedrun route. And partially I mean pretty much entirely, but ignore that. Right. Right, so while someone's just waiting for the horse festival to start, I'm just going to see if I can catch a quick medium fish here. So the main reason why Popuri and Ellie are like the easiest are because they both are like flowers, or they both love flowers. Those are pretty much like the easiest type of gift, because you can get like at least 10 of them every day just from Mother Hill. I'll try one more real quick. Real quick. Okay, come on. Okay, never mind. Never mind on that real quick part. We'll take our time. But yeah, but I'm actually, so one of the candidates who does actually love eggs, or she loves boiled eggs at least, or spar-boiled eggs anyway. Well, she does love boiled eggs as well, but they're not as easy to obtain, is Anne. And Anne is actually pretty much, like, in the speedrun sense at least, casually I don't know, but Anne is actually the most difficult to befriend, or to marry. Or the most time cost. She takes the longest, basically. Or not, I don't know about the longest, but she probably does actually take the longest, but yeah. Anne is like the most difficult speedrun route to marry. So here we are at the horse race. We're just going to do a little bit of betting to see if we can earn some stuff. Even though 7 definitely isn't going to win, just in case, you know. Oh no, I think Anne is like casually, like out of the speedrun, Anne is like 3rd place for me. Anne's like my 3rd favourite. But yeah, she's the most difficult to befriend in the speedrun, because you can't use her birthday affection spam like you can with every other girl. Her easiest to obtain item is still like, unless you get more than one chicken, is still then limited to like once a day. But damn, my horses are actually doing quite well. I think that's the 4th of them. I think it was. Oh no, okay. That's really good. No, so as I said, I think if we're talking in terms in purely of like speedrunning, I definitely don't know. Sure, 40. That's probably not at all the right number I need, but whatever. In terms of speedrunning, Anne is the hardest, because so every girl has like, you can basically, if you wrap gifts and give them to them on their birthday, it does 5 times the normal amount of affection it'll do, which is really useful, and it's basically in the speedrun how you befriend any character you need to befriend. But Anne you can't do that for, because the inn gets closed on her birthday, and like after a certain point in the day she goes to the inn, so you can't see her for most of her birthday. And then aside from that, you also have like, her item is also the most or not necessarily difficult. It's not like a difficult item to get, it's just you can't get many of them. You have to get like you pretty much are limited to like one a day-ish. So you can't really like stock up on them either. Oh well, this is just a terrible race. There's no point betting on this one, but whatever. But yeah, in terms of difficulty, Karen is probably about 3rd or 4th. Yeah, because she's about equal with Mary, I think. And they're basically like this. You use the same method you do with Potpourri, except their items are just a little bit more difficult to get. Because Karen, you have to have enough money. And Mary, I don't even remember what she likes. Can you use the glitch to multiply items to girls? No, you can't. So you can only use items, or it only like pretty much has a use for items to like ship. So if you try and if you were to do that for a girl, I think I've definitely tested it, but I can't remember exactly what happens. But it basically I think what happens is it just kind of the text box that happens when you talk to them, it just happens twice, but it doesn't count as giving them the item, so it just counts as you talking to them, and it gives you the text box for talking to them twice, like the same one. So it won't give you the text box for talking to them the first time of that day, and then the second time it will give you the first time twice. Did the glitches you use work in the original port of the game or just the boy-girl version? As far as I know, it works in all versions of the game. I think animal exchange and trading between the files is a bit complicated. I don't know exactly how it works in the original version. Because I've heard that it's prone to crashing on some versions of the game. But I believe shipping duplication works in all of them. Okay, so coming up very soon, I'm going to buy the first house upgrade, which will allow me to store a bunch of the items that I have in my rucksack away for the moment. I'm also going to set up something else. How much money do I have actually? 84,000, that's fine. Which Harvest Moon is my favourite? Okay, so I have kind of almost 2 lists of Harvest Moon, of how I categorize Harvest Moon games, because a lot of the games I've either done speedruns of or I've played casually. There aren't many that I've done both, so I kind of have a list of my favorites to speedrun and my favorites casually, or the ones that I've had the best experience with casually. So my favorite ones to speedrun, my top 3 are probably Magical Melody, Wonderful Life, and I think at this one, sometimes I think this and Wonderful Life, I think probably switch around a bit, and also Save the Homeland is up there as well as kind of 4th, but sometimes that's 3rd. It kind of depends on which one I'm playing a lot of at the moment, at the time. My favorite ones casually, like my favorite casual experience I've had with the Harvest Moon is the two Wii ones, Animal Blade and Tree of Tranquility. I really enjoyed playing through casually. So they're probably like my favorite casual ones. Also, honestly, probably Trio of Towns, like the most recent Story of Seasons game. Like I got back into that somewhat recently, and I've just really enjoyed playing it again. So that one's a little bit of recency bias, but yeah. Really? Is that 5? Yeah, okay. Don't you pet your animals? If they leave, does it count as 98%? So, currently the only animal I have on my farm is my dog, and my dog can't leave. So I don't need to bother befriending my dog until pretty much the end of the run, or not the end of the run, but you know, till towards the end. I don't have to befriend it for a while. And then the other animals, it doesn't matter. So then, well, then there's your horse, and I obviously don't have a horse at the moment. But with your cows and your chickens, the affection you have them on doesn't really matter for the percentage, you just have to own them. Though the chicken kind of does matter, because in order for it to lay the different eggs, you have to have a certain like level of affection for it with it. And in order to win the chicken festival, for it to lay the golden egg, you also have to have quite high affection, or at least if you want a good chance of winning. So you do actually need the horse. I just don't need the horse just yet. Is more the point. So I'll be getting the horse like towards the end of fall of this year. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have a corn in time. No, I almost definitely don't have corn, or won't have corn in time for the chicken festival. Okay, that means I'll probably have to do animal exchange at some point soon. Oh, I should have done that. Should have bought the cow the other day then. Stupid. Actually, I'll buy the cow when I buy the barn upgrade. Right, far down is this now? 4, 5, okay. So I'm actually telling all of or a lot of soil on my field for a reason. Kind of a couple reasons really. So one is actually in order to get the horse a little bit later on, I need to plant a lot of grass. But I'm also going to be planting a lot of flower seeds in order to get a power berry from Anna. well, I'm sorry for destroying your childhood. I didn't intend to. Have I ever played Harvest Moon: Hero of Leaf Valley? No, I haven't. I've played like the original version of it, or the version that it's a port of, which is Sable Homeland, but I've never played Hero of Leaf Valley. Oh, okay, well, I think I tried to at some point a few years ago, but it wasn't emulating very well, or I didn't play it for very long. I basically played the intro and then stopped, but yeah. Realistically, no, I haven't. I'm actually just gonna click water a couple of these. Actually, no, I'll do this in a few days' time. Okay. Three. Okay. Did I ever play Innocent Life? No, I have never played that one either. What is the significance of the power berries? So the power berries give you more stamina. So you have more energy to do other things. No, okay, not saving today wasn't going to be a problem. Okay, what do I may as well do some fishing today. Well, okay. So there are a few things I'm going to do today. Obviously, I still got that bloody medium fish to catch, so I'm going to try and continue catching that. But I'm also going to hire the harvest sprites, which... Ooh, okay. It's going to be a little bit close with Potpourri's birthday, but okay, fine. Yeah, so they're going to grow all the flowers that I've just planted, because too lazy to do it myself, you know. I'm also going to get started on the barn expansion, which I should definitely have enough money for. Yes, just about. And I'm also going to buy a cow. Yeah, so I think in terms of like the actual like numbers of how it goes, like power berries add like 10 points of stamina for each one. So if you have all of them, I think it's like basically double the amount of stamina you start with. Okay, still no fish, which is very stupid and lame. I pretty much wanted to, I wanted to avoid this section of the game just because of this cutscene. Because this basically kicks off Rick and Karen's whole like marriage, and yeah, and basically for one of the reasons, one of the requirements I think to get them married is Popri has to be married. I don't think it matters whether she's married to you or Kai, but so obviously because I marry her in this run, Rick usually then ends up getting married, which does cost a little, you know, it's a little bit of a time waste, but oh well. But I'm not actually going to hire all the sprites. Specifically, I'm going to leave Aqua because I want to leave him. So hiring the sprites will lose them a little bit of affection. And in order to get this sprite tea party, I need at least one of them on 3 hearts. So I'm leaving Aqua just so I can get him on 3 hearts later. Hey Groat, how are you doing today? Luckily I don't need all of these sprites to do the work. I just need the 6 of them will do. Something I actually also need to do is buy corn, because I messed up one bloody item in shipping duplication. So here's part 2 of a 3-part story arc with Jeff. We haven't seen part 1, but here's part 2 at least. So actually, whilst I'm here, I can actually also buy the tomato seeds that I need for very much later on in the game. They actually do still release Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon is still being made. In the past few years, it's changed names because so it's made by the company Marvelous, who are a Japanese-based company, and for many years it's been published by the company Natsumi. But in recent years, Marvelous decided they wanted to change publishers. I think to Xseed is who they use now. And Marvelous didn't really care about keeping the Harvest Moon name, so it's still being made. It's just under the name Story of Seasons. And Natsumi are making their have made their own series using the Harvest Moon name. We'll say 31, sure. Hey Desert, thank you for the good look. How are you doing today? Oh, of course. I get one of the slower ones. Not the slowest, but not the fastest of this variant. Doing well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. The one's going pretty well so far. Unfortunately, I messed up a little bit of shipping duplication here and there. So it could definitely be going better, but it's not going too bad. Right, yeah, I need the number. Yeah, I've only played I suppose the second Story of Seasons games. I've only played Trio of Towns. I haven't played Story of Seasons, but Trio of Towns is really good. I don't think the first Story of Seasons is too different. From actually, I'm gonna see if I can get away with just growing these extra tomatoes now. I mean, I accidentally grew way more corn than I needed, but oh well. If we can get away with them watching like a few more spaces. Oh, no, I have bought a cow, I just need to feed it. Hey, Schmarshmallow, how are you doing today? Yeah, I'm excited for the new for when the Story of Seasons games come to Switch as well. Looking forward because they're doing a remake of Friends of Mineral Town first. That's gonna be quite fun, hopefully. No, actually no. Actually, yeah, no. We'll say that's fine. Right, so I'm just gonna help them do a little bit of watering, just to well, level up, just pretty much just to level up my watering can. Because watering actual crops speeds it up a bit. How am I doing for that actually? 250, not too bad. Doing well, that's good to hear. Friends of Mineral Town is certainly a fan favourite, so it makes sense that they chose that one to remake. Yeah, Animal Parade is definitely worth looking at. Honestly, so is Tree of Tranquility. I think people look at Tree of Tranquility and see like it's you know, they think like, oh, Animal Parade is just improved Tree of Tranquility, and it certainly does look like that at first, but like it's a completely different story with like a different town, and everything is just got the same characters, and it's I think based on the same engine. But they're both like games worth looking into. Yeah, none of the Story of Seasons games made by Marvelous are on PC or Steam. The only Harvest Moon game that you'll find on Steam is the Natsumi game Light of Hope, which I've actually been playing on my channel recently, casually. I enjoy it. It's probably, not everybody's cup of tea, but I think it's a decent game. Well, I think both of the Wii games have New Game Plus. I gotta go like a long way around now. Oh, I just haven't actually been. See, now I'm worried that the important crop hasn't been growing. The important crop of corn. I'm also actually completely done like the stupid thing with all that, but oh well. It's just gone all. It's all just gone wrong. That's interesting. I'm not sure I'd describe it as busy myself. It's kept me busy. As in, like, I always have a goal to work towards, which I like in a Harvest Moon, especially when it actually gives you the goal. Okay, so now that I've got this, I can only water the ones on the bottom. Because I have just pretty much done this all wrong, but it's basically my response. Okay, I thought I forgot to feed my cow yesterday. I must not have, if it's not in a sound mood. Well, so Wii games are actually not that expensive to stream. Because they're only like standard definition, there's no point getting like an HD capture card or anything. But yeah, but like a decent standard definition capture card should only cost you maybe like somewhere between like 5 to 15 quid, depending on where you get it from, I suppose. $1.6 million gold, damn. You must be going hard in that game. What's that in USD? Gosh. I'm gonna say maybe like 20, 25 maybe in US dollars, I think. Maybe a little bit less, but I think maybe around that ballpark. Because I think $15 is about 12 quid, £12. which is, yeah, as I said, like a bit. So I think roughly around the $20 area, give or take a few dollars. I think there should be a couple. So if there are any of the other runners who obviously have capture cards in chat still, they may be able to tell you how much they got theirs for. Okay, so here's part 3 of cutscenes we can't skip. So anyway, so I haven't really mentioned it, but tomorrow's Potpourri's birthday. So I'm growing a lot of pink cap flowers for 2 reasons, really. One is to get a power berry from Anna, and the other is to use to befriend Potpourri. But I've still got a few today just because that way I can go see Potpourri in the morning without having to wait for the supermarket to open. 35 to 40, okay, that's a bit more than I was expecting, but maybe that's because that's most likely probably because different people buying them in the buying and selling them in the US. But yeah, the GV USB 2 is what I use for when I'm capturing standard definition consoles, and that's pretty much like, yeah, that's like one of the better ones out there. And yeah, just like that said, you can get like a few you can get ones that definitely are cheaper, but if they're cheaper, it's usually for a reason. I think sometimes you certainly you know, you get what you pay for with some capture cards. Yeah, so if you want something that you want on an HD console, then you have to get an HD capture card, which I think if you then wanted to use on a standard definition console, you'd probably have to have like some sort of like S-video or composite or something you'd have to have some sort of converter to HDMI. I haven't really looked into them, so I don't really know how much they set you back by, but HD capture cards themselves are very expensive. Like I managed to get mine for a good price, which was £60, which is not at all how much you should expect to get it for. Like you should definitely be looking like in the 100s-ish for an HD capture card, I think. But sometimes you can get like a second-hand one, especially cheap, which is how I got mine. And it's not the best in the market, but it is second-hand and cheap, so it'll do. Okay, so all my flowers have grown, which is very good. We've got wait a little while for them. So I'm a little bit short on money, which is irritating. I think I'd still be a little bit short on money even if I hadn't messed up corn in shipping duplication. But yeah, so at some point I kind of need to go and fix that. But yeah, so that means I won't be able to buy the house expansion today. I'll have to wait a little while to do that. So that'll depend on what comes first, a festival or a festival after my corn has grown or my cow has matured. Yeah, so in the game you can give as many gifts as basically you need to or can, which is how we befriend the various girls in this run. Is we just spam them with gifts on their birthday, and then they love us. Yeah, but the kind of catch being that, like, if you give multiple gifts, every gift after the first doesn't do as much, which is still true, but because we're wrapping them up and giving to them on their birthday, they still do way more than the regular amount a gift would do. Okay, so I'm hoping the next set of presents should pretty much be her done. Okay, what's the next festival? Tomato Festival. Don't really want to do that one. What's the next one after that? 20th. Okay, that'll be fine then. Wait. Oh no. God damn it. Screwed up. I took too many flowers so that Anna hasn't come with the power berry. But now I have to do today again. That's really stupid. I swear I've checked this and you can take some of them. I'm just a little bit irritated that I'm still ahead. I mean, I'd have to lose a lot of time to be ahead, but you know, yeah. I feel like I'm playing in. Like I feel like I'm playing that so that I shouldn't be ahead. Like I should be losing loads of stupid time. But because of because of just various other mistakes in my PB, it's like nope. I actually am still going to be ahead, just not as far as I should be. Right, if I go pick up the what they call the Mother Hill flowers now, which is what I should have done really last time, but I swear I've tested that and it didn't make a difference. So that's irritating. Okay, I think you should be coming up like the side path by the time I get to the farm. Or, yeah, to her house. I'm going to buy some chicken feed now, just so I have it for later. Oh no, okay, no, see yeah, I kind of get what happened now with the flowers. Is I took 8 of them, which if there were 99 flowers, that would have been fine, but I think 3 or so of the flowers got destroyed in a storm right at the beginning of summer. So then it dipped under 90. Which I think you have to have either 91 or 90 at least to get the event. Now, irritatingly, I don't think this is going to be enough. I think I'm still going to be like, I think I'm going to be just shy of 60,000 affection. You know what the slightly irritating thing is as well, I've realised, is I think the just shy of 60,000, that's I think going to be by 1 item, which will be entirely because in the first year I only gave her 7 items for her birthday instead of 8. If that's genuinely the case, that's really fucking stupid. Because the only reason I wasn't able to give her 7, or wasn't able to give her 8, was because I still had a bloody cabbage in my bag, because it kept raining, so I couldn't give it to the goddess. Which really, looking back on, I should have just thrown, and just used like any spares I made from summer. But amazing how something that small will cost me quite a bit of time again. It might actually just be quicker to just go with like 8 regular flowers, like unwrapped. If I only need like, if I'm only like 1 flower, 1 wrapped flower off. I mean, hey, for girls, that's pretty much Another Wonderful Life. Where, like, all of the bachelors in that game are, like, all old dudes. Oh my god, Karen, go away. I do not care about you or Rick. Hey Hexo, how you doing? I mean, you can have Karen. It would save me time if she didn't marry Rick. No, I don't wanna. I'm gonna take a risk. I think she's only like... I genuinely think she's only like 1 present off. Which would mean she's only like 5 regular flowers off. I'm gonna like take a few more just to be on the safe side. But I don't think she... I'm gonna save a bit of time and not get them wrapped. Which is funny because then I probably need to go to the store anyway to get the blue feather just to avoid having the conversation with one. I thought it was her father who was the alcoholic. She just works for him, I suppose. Or maybe she's more of an alcoholic in 64, I don't know. Wow, that was only 3, so I wasn't even... I wasn't even 5 off. Or like 1, well, I was a little less than 1 wrapped present off. So, because those 3 gifts were about... Was that actually 3? Yeah, it was 3. May have been 4, depending on if I had one. But yeah, so that was either 900 or 1,200 away. '64 has scenes of her being drunk. Yeah, I don't think this game has anything as interesting than that. They toned her alcoholism down a tad to being not really existent. She still likes wine, but yeah, I don't think it gets that bad in this game. I don't need these flowers, but you know, I can't be bothered to get rid of them in the proper way. Oh, yeah, now the sprites have stopped working for me. So I need to grow them all myself now. Which I'm going to do some of them because I forgot entirely how the game works. So you can only get like the edged ones, the ones on the edge of it. You can't get any of the middle ones. I mean, at some point I just also need to just reset the game to get rid of the sound glitch. But I don't know when I'll do that. Okay, all the extra tomatoes are done, which is good. Don't need to care about them anymore. So some of this will save me a tiny bit of time. In fact, no, it probably won't actually save me any time whatsoever in Fall 3. Just because of how the watering of the crops is done. But oh well. Cool storm. Cows are gonna be angry now. But one of these I can't even get to, so or wasn't able to get to for ages, so there's no point watering it now. Please don't tell me you're sick. Thank goodness. Can you even get sick whilst you're not fully grown? I don't know. The festival coming up soon, I think it's 20th? Yeah. My corn should definitely have grown by then. I feel like now this is just taking the piss and this is taking way longer than it should have. Actually no, corn does take like a couple of extra days over tomatoes. This is about-ish right. Okay, good. Should have saved going in today, that would have been clever, but didn't. What actual day of the week was the festival? Monday of bloody course. Okay. Right, so that means I may as well just send my cow over now, there's no point doing animal exchange just yet. Yeah, because I can't even I won't be able to buy the house before or until after the festival anyway, so yeah. I really hope these actually will be done in time. Oh, I don't have my cow anymore. Yeah, I will say there is certainly something like lost in video games now. Kind of due to the internet, like, you know, a lot of the time we know like we know like pretty much everything about a game going into it, and like if there are any secrets in the game you'll know, and like everybody, you know, it will all be up online. Whereas when, you know, when it was like wasn't as big a thing, there were still like rumors and secrets and stuff like that you were never sure if they were true unless you did for yourself. I don't even need this much corn. This is, I suppose, this is backup corn. Just in case it just goes really wrong. But yeah, in a way, I feel like Harvest Moon is actually kind of like almost like this season has like evolved and adapted to kind of accommodate for the fact that like now you can look up a bunch of information. Right, I'm just gonna quickly reset the game just so I don't have to deal with the sound glitch anymore. Hey, Arashasi, how are you doing today? I'm glad that you like this. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so for people who missed it the first few times, I'm about to be trying to do shipping duplication. The reason why I'm doing it now is because I messed up a little bit of the first time. So I have to do it again because I haven't shipped enough corn. So yeah, so now I just have to ship some more corn. Hey Decker, welcome back. Yep, you're just in time for the unnecessary, or well, not unnecessary, but the shouldn't be necessary shipping duplication. So for people who didn't catch the earlier shipping duplications, basically what I'm doing is waiting until 6 AM to, and then I'm going to try and open the rucksack as the game turns to 6 AM. And what this will allow me to do is move around the game world whilst I have my rucksack open. And this will allow me to basically, when I put an item into my hand, my character will automatically throw it. So what I'm able to do is like position myself in front of a shipping bin, so that they'll automatically throw it into the shipping bin. But then what I can do is move the item from my hand back into the rucksack before the game actually like removes it from my hand altogether. So I'm able to then throw it into the shipping bin, and it will count as the item being shipped. But I can actually still ship it. I can still use it. I'll still have it in my rucksack. So I'm going to keep doing this and do this again and again until I've shipped the amount of items that I want to. So for every other, or not every other crop in the game, but for pretty much every regular crop in the game, every non-unlockable crop, I've already done this and I've shipped them 100 times, so that I've unlocked some of the secret crops. So I managed to do it with all of the spring crops, so I've now unlocked strawberry seeds, and I've managed to do it with all the fall crops, so I've unlocked spinach seeds. However, I messed up one of the summer crops, which is the corn. So I messed up the timing on that, so it got rid of the corn. So I've only actually shipped 26 of them. I haven't shipped 100 like I want to. So usually I wouldn't be doing this now, but I am because I messed up. Okay, how much money have I currently got? Okay, we'll just round that up, call that 20,000. How much more money do I need? So I'm also waiting for 6 AM, I'm just going to be doing a lot of maths now. How much more money do I need? Actually, because of how much the house costs, we'll say that's 30,000. We'll say it is like 18,000 what it is, but so I need 30,000 for the next house upgrade. I need 40,000 for both of the makers. I need at least 30,000 for the hot house. Shopping channel, how much? the shopping channel stuff cost altogether. Right, so we'll call that 27,000. And then if I just add on another 3,000 just to round it up. So I pretty much need about another 130,000 G for the rest of the run. So how much is that? Divided by 2065. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do, besides just shipping the corn, so I've shipped 100 of them. Actually, so because another item I've got is the earrings, which will which ship for 2,000, which is very useful. So I'm actually also going to duplicate them, basically just to get the rest of the money that I need for the run. Alright, so corn sells for 100. So I need to sell 75, so that's 7,500. Okay, so I need to sell like, yeah, it's pretty much, that hasn't really changed much. I just need to sell like 60. If I just keep it nice, even 65, even 60, okay. So, could really be fishing at this point, because I still need that medium fish. I might as well just go fishing on my farm. This is a terrible fishing spot, but oh well. Why do I need a medium fish? So medium fish is required for one of the recipes. So you need 3 fish altogether. One of the recipes, grilled fish, specifically requires medium. The other recipe that I need the fish for, which is sashimi, but I have to make it twice, that can have either medium or large fish. So I've already caught 2 large fish, so I don't need them. So now I just need specifically a medium fish. Which I don't even know if I can catch a medium fish in this river, because it's like the worst fishing spot in the entire game. And that's not even an exaggeration, I'm pretty sure it is actually the worst fishing spot. Okay, well at least the clock's not broken, so I can use the setup. Hey K-String, how are you doing today? Didn't even know it was a fishing spot. Yeah, well, as I said, it's pretty much useless. Like, it's a terrible fishing spot. But yeah, you can fish there. Okay. Okay. Where is corn? There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. It did go very quiet because I focused during that section. Okay, so now I've got enough corn sold. Good. Anyway, that's good to hear, K3, that you're doing well. I'm doing well, thank you. What am I doing now, though? Yeah, so this is essentially a glitch called shipping duplication, which basically we use to make to ship 100 of each crop, which you need to do in order to unlock some of the secret crop seeds. I don't need this much corn, but oh well. I need like nowhere near this much corn. But yeah, but because I had messed it up a bit earlier, I'm basically also shipping some other items to basically make a lot of money. So that necklace or the earrings that I was shipping, a lot of were basically purely to make extra money. Yeah, I decided to go with those strats just because I had to do it again anyway, just to finish shipping all of the corn. So yeah, I thought I may as well go for earring straps and make like the rest of my money here. Which now that I've done it, I think it definitely has potential to be faster. Like if you mess up and have to do once like again anyway, then you may as well. Yeah, possibly. So there definitely won't be any cow, or there'll be cow duping, but Any cow duping in this run will only be to get the 20 cows for the 20%. It won't be to sell any of them. Because whilst I was waiting up for 6 a.m, I was doing like a bunch of maths just so I figured out how much money I'd have left in the run. I'd have to get for the rest of the run. Yeah, it's a very precise glitch, so it's almost harsh to see it as like to like blame the programmers for the oversight, because it is like very specific to do. So unfortunately, I'm quite a little bit behind with money, so I'm getting the house a lot later than I would like, which means I'm going to get married a lot later than I would like. So then in turn that means I'm going to have a child much later than I would like. Nothing wrong with getting married late, gives you time to discover your true Decker. But I'm on a time limit. I'm on a very strict time limit. To be fair, I think it's only going to be a few days late, so that shouldn't be too bad. So if you bought the carry around shipping bin, couldn't you put it in your house rather than have to go to the chicken coop to use the bin and bypass the acceleration of time? So so like the portable shipping bin, or like the basket or whatever it's called, that can only carry 30 items, so you can't really use that. Like you get limited with that ending like pretty quickly. I think you can still throw the items in, but then with that's like ridiculously specific. So the reason why I use the chicken coop, because you can use any of the shipping bins, but the reason I use the chicken coop is just because I find it easier to line up with. I find it easier to like get myself into a certain position, so that I don't miss the like throwing the items, because obviously I can't see like where my character is throwing the item. So yeah, so you can use any of the shipping bins, but I use specifically that one just because I find it easier. Now, even though they're closed today, I'm pretty sure at some point they leave their house to go to church. So I'm going to ambush them on their way to church. Specifically Potpourri, I don't care about Rick or Lilia. Hopefully. Hopefully. At this point, I may as well just skip the day and just accept it that it's going to be an extra day later. So at the moment, if I were to propose today, this would only be 3 days late, which wouldn't be too terrible. Actually, that wouldn't be terrible at all. In fact, 1 extra day wouldn't be terrible. Fuck it. Is what I'm saying. Okay. Sure. I'll go bother saving because I think I saved going into today, so that's... See, no, it's not stalking because she's my wife. I mean, not currently. I mean, she may not know that she's going to be my wife, but she is my wife. We'll just sit here and just like spam this at her door. That's like the earliest I can get it. Also, so since I've come back to this game, and I've like switched between Ellie and Potpourri, it's interesting to see like the differences between the two girls because when you propose to Ellie, she's like, "Oh, I'll have to quit my job at the doctor, at the hospital." And it's like, okay, sure. Not sure why, but sure, okay. And then Potpourri's like, "I've always wanted to wear a wedding dress." It's like, that's not the only reason you're saying yes, is it? Further prove Ellie is best girl, yeah. But I don't know, Ellie's just waiting to have an excuse to stay at home. She's getting ready to be the stay-at-home housewife. Potpourri's just like, oh man, can't wait for the wedding. Right, is there anything I actually need to do in Fall 2? I can't remember, the Fall 2 always seems longer than it should be. I can't think of anything. At some point I do actually need to catch that bloody fish. No, see, I don't see how that could be taken as a generalization against women, because it's not. That's I'm not saying every woman does that. Just Ellie specifically is like, cool, getting married, time to quit my job. That's not how it works, and I know and accept and acknowledge that. But I'll be honest, I'd be more surprised if there were any stay-at-home moms watching my stream, just because I can't imagine I'm in like, I can't see that Venn diagram coming together. Also, she's actually gone down from 10 times. I need to, oh, you know what, this is perfect. I knew there was a reason I kept these flowers. Because she's not happy, she's not on a red heart anymore. Well, well, I've learned something new. I've I've learned I have a wider demographic than I originally thought. It's okay, I think we're fine now. Good. Good. I genuinely can't think of what I would have done to decrease that. The only thing I can think of is like littering, maybe. I think maybe if I throw like when I was doing that tiny bit of fishing, and I threw it back into the water, maybe that didn't count, or that like dehearted her. What day was that wedding? 4th. Okay. So okay, for people who've been watching like the past few months of these 98% streams, you might be aware and remember the whole everything to do with the fact that I can never get my wife pregnant on time. If you haven't been watching these streams, that sentence has probably confused you. So, okay. But I think I've figured it out. Which, this isn't making anything clearer, so, okay. I think originally, so, basically this is kind of like a timer. So when you get married, it's, okay. You propose, 7 days later, wedding. That's definite. Unless you propose and like 7 days later is what's it called? A festival or somebody's birthday, I think. Then it like skips around a bit. But okay. Then, and so the part I was saying, so eventually after 90 days of, after about 30 days of being married, your wife will become pregnant, and after 60 days of pregnancy, your wife will give birth. And then after 60 days of your child being born, you can start giving them gifts. And this is all fine and dandy, but in the runs I've been doing recently, basically, none of the girls have been getting pregnant like when I was expecting them to. So my child ends up being born later than I was expecting to, meaning I have to like give more gifts, and it's all there. But so I think I figured out why. And so part of this was I was kind of mistaking the pregnancy with a cutscene in which your wife falls ill, which happens around-ish the 28th day or so mark of being married, which I thought was roughly when she's supposed to get pregnant. But it actually is, your wife will get pregnant 32 days after marriage. And then it's 58 days of pregnancy, and then your child is born. So I was off like the mark by like a few days, and had my maths a little slightly incorrect in a way. But I'm hoping it should all be good. I can never think of what I've done, what I do in Fall 2 that is so important that it costs me 20, that it takes 20 minutes. I genuinely cannot think of a single thing that I do in Fall 2. Oh, actually, this is probably like animal exchange stuff, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, so now this is Fall 2 is now going to be the shortest season in this run, because Fall 1 is about 9 minutes. This will probably be about well, 8 probably. It's okay, as I said, we'll make up for it. Fall 3 will be quite lengthy. Not too lengthy, but it'll be a bit longer than 9 minutes. So yeah, so this should mean my wife should become pregnant on the 6th of winter. Hopefully. Really hoping. Oh shit. Whoops, I've made a mistake. When was my last save? I bet it was a while ago. Yep, it was at the beginning of Fall. So, good news, we get to do Fall again. Oh, I forgot to plant the grass. I don't even have any grass. I thought, you know what, Fall hasn't taken long enough. This is too quick. I've got to do it again. Yeah, I was supposed to plant grass near the end of Fall, so that I could actually get a horse. Obviously I didn't do that. Hey, I'm getting married again. This takes me back to one of my first runs where I'm pretty sure I saw Rick get married twice, because I think that was the one where my game crashed. Which I watched over that run the other day specifically for that bit, and hopefully not jinxing it now, I feel like if my game just crashed now, I'd at least find it mildly amusing. Looking back over that footage, I did not find this single bit funny about it. I was devastated when it happened. And I suppose rightfully so, because this was back when the category was like 18 hours long. But but yeah. Anyway, to answer your answer, yes, to answer your question, Brady Kitty, what happens in the girl version is the game ends when you get married. So you don't even get pregnant in that game. In the girl version of this, the game ends with marriage. So you know. Yeah, seriously, there's yeah, this is yeah. So some of the percentage requirements are changed because obviously there's no you can't get 10% for having your husband on 10 hearts because that doesn't happen, and you can't get 10% for having your child on 10 hearts because that doesn't happen. Yeah, just like real life. This game is just this, you know, pretty much this is a mirror into real life, you know. Right, so pretty much the same thing. I don't think I forgot anything else in Fall. But yeah, just towards the end of it, I need to plant some grass. Well, I need to buy some grass first, actually. Which, ooh, fully enough, that might set me back a bit of money that I wasn't expecting to be set back by. But I'll be fine. It'll give me a chance to do some more fishing, because of course. Exactly. No, I'll leave it a little bit longer. The funny thing is, even with this really stupid mistake, I should still save time here. It'll mean there's an even bigger time save in the future, but I think that's just this run in general. No, of course. I picked like the one day where I'd get a cutscene. Right, so I need to do a little bit of farm clear up. I need all of this space, so I probably actually won't be able to do a bit of fishing today. I need all this space to grow some grass. Seems like it. Right, now to the supermarket to buy a lot of grass. Okay, I want to check how much that set me back by, because that is like really expensive. Ah, yeah, that set me back by way more than I would have liked. So I might have to try and make some extra money somewhere because of that. Oh, actually, something I didn't really take into account is horse race betting. Okay, well, yeah, if I have to do that, then I shouldn't really have to do, I shouldn't have to sell too many cows, so it won't be a massive problem. Off to the zoo. Well, thank you for the good luck, Groat, and enjoy your trip to the zoo. Is this actually the right number? Oh, I think I'm off by like one line. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm off by like one line. How many would that be by then? I'm hoping that'll be fine, honestly. I just save here just in case, just to be on a bit of a safe side, I suppose. My grass should definitely be grown by now. Check it's not a festival, it's not. Good, okay. Oh no, I'm not gonna gold this split that I definitely should have golded. I mean, I may actually lose a tiny bit of time here, which is stupid. Because then what'll happen is I'll like pretty much get roughly like the same amount of time, you know, same split time, and then I'll PB, and then in the future run I'll be like, now why is 4-2 taking this long? It shouldn't. I don't see why 4-2 should take this long. Because it shouldn't take this long. But I mean, if you pretty much have to do the entire 4-2 again, then yeah, it takes that long. If you decide to do it twice, just for funsies. Alright, something I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go mining. No, I need that. Yeah, I'm gonna go mining because I do need to do a little bit of mining for a couple of things. The two main things are power berries. Well, I suppose technically there are 4 things that you need to get mining because you have to get the adamantite for the makers in order to get all the recipes. But yeah, mainly after the 2 power berries, 1 from each of the mines. From this first mine, I'm only really after gold. Yeah, no. Just gold, just to upgrade my watering can. Oops. So just gold and a power berry. And then, from the other mine, from the winter mine, I want, obviously the power berry, but then I also want 2 bits of adamantite in order to make the 2 different makers. Which are the cheese maker and the mayonnaise maker. So the mayonnaise maker you make, but you don't actually use. But you make it basically just because you have to make the mayonnaise maker in order to be offered to make the cheese maker. And you need the cheese maker because you need cheese for some of the recipes in the game. So I feel like this is like, I think almost definitely like a bit of time, there's like room for time save here. Because I definitely don't think I've done the mines like as... Well, this is entirely luck based, so there isn't really like a good way you can do that. You know, there isn't like a fast way you can do the mines, it's just whether or not you get lucky. Wait, so that mine is now done, which is very good. I've already used up a bit of stamina, so I'm not going to tempt fate by going into the winter mine today. Yeah, I think in my PP I may have also had to do, like, I think I may have also had to catch up with a bit of fishing here, because I think I hadn't gotten the power berry, I think it was, so I had to catch up at some point. But I feel like I feel like I would have done that in Winter 1, rather than Winter 2. But yeah, so this split can be quite quick if you manage to get the 2 power berries quickly. Because the power berries are the main things that slow you down. Obviously, you know, getting the adamantite is luck as well, but yeah, they're a lot more common than the single power berry. So I've got both the adamantite I need. Now it's just the power berry. Yeah, as you can tell, adamantite is a bit more common than the power berry. You know, like what, 4 of them in a row or something. There we go, that's the power berry done. Cool. That's not too bad. I think I may as well try and catch the medium fish. Maybe not today, but I'll try and catch it tomorrow. Just so I kind of get, just so I've got all the luck parts out of the way. So yeah, so besides this, I don't really think there's anything else I need to do in Winter 2. At some point I do actually start need to befriend my horse. But I think I can start that about halfway through. I can never remember exactly how long it takes to befriend your horse in this version of the game. But I'm pretty sure you can start like halfway through Winter, I think it is. On the bright side, doing this will allow me to wait for the blacksmith to open, so it's not a complete waste of time. It's a little bit of a waste of time because there are better opportunities to wait for the blacksmith to open, but I can take advantage of this waste of time. Have you played Wonderful Life before, or is this your first time playing it? But yeah, so Save the Homeland I think is vastly underrated in the series. Like I really like Save the Homeland. I can understand like some people's complaints. Towards it, but I still think it's a decent entry in the series. I don't have any of the items I need. Fishing in the worst place. Now, see, I always thought fishing, the worst place to fish was was on your farm. Like that is a terrible place to fish. Whereas the ocean is kind of like higher risk, higher reward. You're not always guaranteed to get what you want there, but you get better things, is the way I always thought it was. Let's actually make it so I have the right item out. It wouldn't surprise me if it has the worst fish to trash ratio, but I think I think in terms of like actually catching something or like actually getting a bite, I think it's one of the higher ones. But then it's like, oh, it's one of the higher ones because you mostly always catch trash there. Okay, so in recent runs this has irritated me because I think because I would mistake this for a cutscene in which, well, obviously my wife has gotten ill, but I didn't mistake it for failing to get my wife pregnant. But that's actually because theoretically she should be getting pregnant tomorrow. No, you're supposed to be pregnant now. Why aren't you pregnant? Gosh darn it. See, now I look like a fool because I thought I knew how it worked, and she's like, no, that's not how it works. Are you at least pregnant today? No. How about now? What about now? Not at all. She is being frustrating beyond belief. Because now I actually don't know. Because originally I thought, yep, no, I knew exactly what it was. And now I don't. It's always just wonderful. I still have a bloody fish to catch. Okay, yeah, so the problem with this is now, because she's not pregnant when I would like her to be, my child is going to be born later than I would like him to be. Which isn't a massive problem, it just means I have to get more items to actually befriend him. Because if you were to only do one item a day, and each item was a loved item, it would only take about 25 days to get your child to 10 hearts. Whereas now I kind of have to go a little bit over. Like I have to do more than one item a day. Yeah, maybe I'll grab the adamantite. Large fish, not helpful, but it's a fish. So we're on the right sort of tracks, now just a little bit smaller. A little bit more alive. No, a little less processed. A little more actually catch it. And there we go. Alright, that's all fish gotten. So now there shouldn't really be any massive parts of luck left, he says, in fear of the chicken festival. Alright, thank you for giving my watering can back, and now make me a mayonnaise maker. Okay, so I can just leave him for that for a while. I don't really need to bother with him with that for that much longer. So yeah, we're not going to see Cybera for a while now. Oh yeah, cake in the bag, classic. Getting pranked all over. Wife still not pregnant. The ultimate prank. Right, but I think tomorrow I'm going to start befriending my horse. I don't remember exactly when you can start befriending it, but yeah, around like midwinter sounds about right. That is the wrong room. So yeah, so for all the people who complain, oh man, you never talk to your wife during this run, I bet she hates you. So in order to actually get pregnant, I'm pretty much going to have to talk to her every day until she complains about something, and then, as I'm sure is bloody typical with women, if they're complaining, they're probably pregnant, am I right? But no, yeah, so Potpourri will actually complain, and then that's basically your cue to go to the doctors. I say complain. She literally just says she's hungry. So that isn't like... From what I remember, Ellie actually does say something about not feeling well. Potpourri just says she's hungry, which I don't think that's a sign of pregnancy. Just being hungry, or at least talking about it. That's not what I meant to do. There you go. So you know what? I've learned a bit. I've learned a bit more about Mohans. Any pregnant ladies in chat? When you first discovered you were pregnant, was it like a feeling of hunger, but also apathy? Is that what pregnancy is? I'm not sure. The feeling of both hunger and apathy. Is it apathy? A mix of apathy and laziness, I suppose. I think apathy is a general. It is more of a grander sense of not really wanting to do anything rather than just I don't feel like doing anything. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. See, technically no, because I still did brush my horse. So I brushed my wife instead of talking to her. And then she was pregnant, so you know, I think that's clearly a manip, you know? That's clearly like something you can do consistent. So there we go. We'll now find out she's pregnant. And this is actually going to be terrible. But she is very, very late in her pregnancy. Oh, well, no. Not late as in she's very far on. Late as in it's a lot later than I'd like it to be. Because... Okay, so now it's going to be about 58 days. That'll be about summer. So my child will be born about midsummer. Okay. And then... that means I'll be able to start giving them gifts midwinter. So it's usually you have 25 days to one gift a day to befriend your child. I have about 15 this time. Not terrible, but not great. I thought I'd waited long enough, but apparently he's not done with the maker yet. Oh well. So now for all you people who are like, oh, he never talks to his wife during the run, she probably hates him. You'll be glad to know that I'm now going back to not speaking to my wife. So feel free to leave those comments in the wherever you're watching this. I won't read them. Except I actually do. If you are watching this in the future and it's on a VOD, I do actually read all the comments. So keep that in mind. I'm watching. I'm listening. I know everything everyone has ever said on my runs. I almost kind of want this to PB now, just so that is, so that is like the run. Hey Andric, how's it going? Never talked to his wife, she ended up pregnant. Yeah, there's some big things going on here. We also sleep in separate beds, so you know. But I'm pretty sure that's required for getting pregnant, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's like if you sleep in a bed with somebody, that's like devil worship. I think. That's like formal devil worship, you know. Okay, so we're almost done with winter and almost year 2. So we can save a little bit of time here in the future. I think I might save time in later areas just from when I went to the blacksmith, but that probably won't be like a big thing. Obviously the whole fishing section wasn't necessary, but well, it's necessary in the context of this run, but not in a real run. Not in a good run. I shouldn't be doing fishing in this winter anyway. It would certainly be interesting if they added something like that to Harvest Moon. It would see, I don't know if like how subtle can you get away with things being before like the ratings go up? As in like, you know, age ratings, not like like, oh, there is now cuckoldry and cheating in Harvest Moon. Everybody's buying it. That would baffle me, I think. But no, so if it's only like, if it's like implied, if it's all like very heavily, or no, not even like, if it's like lightly implied, would that still like bump the age rating up, or would that, you know, I don't know. To be fair, I think they can get away with it depending on how they do it, because like, I mean, usually if you think, oh, this game has death in it, you'd think, oh, okay, it's probably a high, you know, it's probably quite high in the age rating list, but then it's like, oh no, it's Wonderful Life, it's probably what, like 7+ or something, maybe, just because of the couple deaths there are in the game. Depends on how much the reviewers like it. They like it in what context though, because I don't know. I don't like the company that'll give it the highest age rating. Is that a thing? I feel like there must be some sort of thing to stop like bias happening through that. Because if that was like more of a thing, then they would just slap on like, was it the M rating? That means a game can't get sold in shops or something. I don't know how the game rating process goes. I don't know if it is in gaming, but that happened with older horror movies. Well, I suppose that's one of the things though, is excuse me, okay. Something stuck in my throat. Hang on a sec. Right, should actually be able to speak like a normal person now. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I think it's like different rating agencies, or well, I don't know about agencies, but you know, I think it's rated by like different people, video games to movies. I think. But I think that was the thing where like I don't remember exactly what it was, but basically it was like the whole thing of PG used to mean something completely different for older films, so they used to get away with a lot more. And then at some point, I think presumably when they introduced, presumably PG-13 or like, you know, other ratings, they kind of went back on a bunch of films and went, yeah, maybe they're not actually that suitable for everybody, you know? And hey, when you think about it, the reason why we have video game ratings, or like age ratings for video games, is because of basically a movie game. Not like a, you know, a licensed movie game, but because of one of the main reasons was because of Night Trap. which was basically, you know, which was one of those interactive movie games. I mean, it's kind of like that, and was it Mortal Kombat, I think, was the other one they used, like, people were pointing at. It was like a mix of the two. Which is hilarious, because in a way I can kind of understand Mortal Kombat and be like, yeah, maybe maybe we shouldn't let every kid play this, you know, at the time obscenely graphic video game. But Night Trap, what? If you don't know anything about Night Trap, do yourself a favor and like, okay, I'll recommend a video on it. The best way I think to educate yourself on Night Trap is watch the YouTuber Scott the Was. Watch his video on Night Trap, and that'll basically like tell you everything you need to know. I suppose if you want like a follow-up course, watch his. I think it's rated E for irrelevant. I think he talks a little bit about like the game's age rating system in that. But yeah, Night Trap is just it's one of those, quickly for you, it's like one of those old like Sega Genesis, Sega CD maybe, video games where it's like a movie, but a video game. It's like an interactive movie video game thing. And there was like a specific scene in which a girl gets like grabbed by a bunch of guys in weird, not quite ninja, but halfway through to ninja. You know, they're putting in a bit of effort, but not quite ninjas. But I think technically they're vampires, but that's a side detail, that's not important. But yeah, she gets grabbed by a bunch of them, and they put like essentially a giant needle in her neck, but it's a bit more elaborate than that. It's like, you know those like claw grabby things that like old people have, like the little arm stretcher grabby toys type thing. It's like that, but it's got a needle in it. And yeah, and that was one of the major scenes people had a problem with. It's very violent. I don't know. For all you fans of chickens, we're going to be seeing more of Potpourri, the chicken. That's exciting. Yeah, Night Trap did get a remake, which is one of the funny things is, so, at the time of, like, Night Trap's-ish release, and, like, the time of the whole, like, the creation of, is it ESRB or Peggy in America? I can never remember. I think it's ESRB for America. So it's like, to be fair, they probably both got created around the same time. But so it's around the creation of that and like that whole controversy. During that whole thing, I think it was the then, I don't remember who it was, but I think it was the then president of Nintendo said Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo console. And then it got like a remake for the Switch, I believe. It's on like it's on the Switch and like the PS4, I think, currently. But yeah, it got like a full-blown like I don't remember what anniversary it was, but it got like an anniversary re-release and like a bunch of things updated, and it was like cool if you're into that sort of thing. From what I can tell, it's not actually that good of a video game itself. It's like it's kind of in an awkward place between like being stuck between campy B-movie horror film and video game, and because of that, it doesn't quite hit the marks for either of them. Like the video game, because of like the video game part of it, you're not really able to enjoy the campy B-movie horror film. But then the video game itself isn't actually, like, the actual video game part of it doesn't seem all that great. And it's not all that elaborate. So who's that company who makes like Until Dawn, and like Detroit Become Human, and you know, all those games where like they are actually interactive, like they pretty much are like interactive stories. or that's a video game in general, but you know what I mean. They should get them to make, like, you know, remake Night Trap. In a way, that kind of is Until Dawn. Not quite. It's a little less B-movie, more, you know, actually would get a release in cinemas nowadays. But it's like, actually, you know, it's trying. Until Dawn, it's like trying to be legitimately scary, whereas I don't think you could possibly be scared by Night Trap. Maybe if you're 5. Sorry, apologies to any 5-year-olds who may be watching. I'm sure you're a very brave boy or girl. Yeah, so whoever you're married to just assumes that you'll go to the Goddess Festival with them. If they're wrong. How unfortunate for them. Okay. Good. I can actually finally start watching the shopping channel. So I think I wasn't able to last week just because it was the new year, so there was like a special TV show on. I don't know. I'm gonna go drop off my honey and my eggs. Well, she hasn't married Kai, so she just has to deal with it. Okay, but coming up is the horse race festival, which is going to be fun. Because I've only got a few. I actually managed to get quite lucky in the first time round, so I don't have that many medals left to get before I can get the power berry. Now I am also kind of hoping to get the extra. What's it called? Oh, what is it called? The 500 lumber as well. Because I hadn't actually added that on. I hadn't taken that into account. for when I was doing the extra shipping duplication earlier. I mean, I didn't really take the betting into account, so I might go So that'll probably cost me a bit of money, but yeah, I'll be fine. Selling like a few cows isn't really a problem. So there are a few festivals, I think, which involve you going up to the mountain. I think there's like, I think that's the Moon Viewing Festival, and I think there's also like a festival around Christmas, like around mid to end of winter. That I think involves you going up to the mountains. But now, spoilers, okay? If anybody doesn't want the story for this game spoiled, there is a little thing where we go up to the mountain at the end of like the end of third year evaluation. But that's like right at the end of the run, so you know, just don't want to spoil it for anyone. You know, keep people interested, keep people invested, keep people watching. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe she'll die of boredom, maybe. Can you die of boredom whilst pregnant? Yeah. I imagine having a child is quite the opposite of boring. Yeah. And then, you know, and then once the child's here, she'll have a child to keep her company and to amuse her. It's the perfect plan. A life tip for anybody out there willing to take it. If your marriage is feeling stagnant, have a child. It's, you know, the best thing to spice up a dull marriage is a child. It works, trust me. I've played the video games. Now, just as a disclaimer in case the joke was lost on anyone, don't actually do that. I'll probably say this a lot during this run, but I'm always surprised at how long some of the splits take. Like, maybe I'm just really bad at the horse racing festival or something, I don't know, but 55 minutes seems like long for spring. Which I wouldn't really say I do that much in it. Like, I know every day takes a little bit longer than regular just because of the fact that, you know, I have to look after a chicken and a horse. That's not what I wanted to do. What? Oh, shut up, game. Yeah, 55 minutes. Even the 55 minutes best. Almost shocking. Like, I'm halfway through it now and it's taken 16. And yeah, there's the horse race, but the horse race shouldn't add that much time. One shouldn't add like 20 minutes on. How is Poketude doing? 4 hearts. That's not too bad. But they do go up quicker than you would you think. See, this game's all about learning, all about teaching real life valuable lessons. Hey Toasty, how are you doing today? Nope, not dead, just waiting for 10 o'clock so I can go to the horse festival, so I'm just looking at Twitter while there's a chance to. Right, horse race, okay. So I think I'm doing pretty well with the medals, actually. I think I'm on like somewhere between 7 and 800. That's 700 and 800, not 7 medals and 800 medals. Not too bad. Alive and kicking, that's good. It's always good to be at least somewhat alive and somewhat kicking. Have I seen the new Bachelor for the remake? Some Chinese article leaked it. I haven't seen that, the leak. Is it just the new Bachelor or is it the new Bachelorette as well? I mean, who doesn't name their horse For You Mom? It's my favourite horse that races yearly in the Grand National. The classic For You Mom. There's a viral video, so presumably at least some of you may have seen it. There's like a video going, or not going around. There's like an old video from a horse race where it's like there's 2 horses right near the front. One's called the wife. One's called like The Wife Knows Everything, and one's called The Wife Doesn't Know, or something like that. So it's like the commentator is just to keep switching between the wife knows everything, the wife doesn't know. a hilarious video. Or it's at least funny to me. Anyway, I'm very happy that For You Mom won, so they could you know, make their mother happy, presumably. 97. Okay, so I need 42. Yes. Okay, good. That's an easy number to remember. No, I should actually buy a ticket though first. Yeah, making their mum proud once in their life. 42, so 11. Hmm. 14? We'll say 15 just because maths. I'm gonna play it safe, and I'm gonna buy the 6 and the 8 as well. So 42, that would be fucking maths. Oh, I'm terrible at it. Not 4. 30, 36. Yes. And then 5, it's 40, so 6, okay. Where's the bomb? Okay, right. I'm gonna try and see if I can get like a snippet of it, and we'll show it on stream. So if you don't want anything for the new Friends of Middletown remake, if you don't want the new Bachelor spoiled for you, I'll give you like, I'll tell you when it's on screen and when it goes, if I actually manage to get it on. Okay, I see him. Oh, exactly, 42 medals, perfect. Do you have a favour? What's a good bio for Tinder? Man, if I knew what a good bio for Tinder was, you know, if anybody, you know what, if anybody has a good bio for Tinder, hit me up. let me hear that. Oh, okay. That went up a bit quicker than I was expecting. But so that's a very shoddy capture from using snipping tool of the new Bachelor. And it's gone. So if you didn't want to see that, I'm sorry. That happened a lot quick. It automatically captured the one I wasn't wanting to. Man, if that didn't work, Toasty, then you know, I don't even know. Did we win? Oh, I wasn't actually betting on any of the horses on that one because I didn't need to, but yeah, we've won. She laughed and unmatched. Ah, oh, feels bad, man. Can I get a feels bad man in chat for Toasty? No, see, okay, so this is the thing. Okay, having a Tinder, now I'd say that, you know, yeah, that's pretty normy. Not getting successful on Tinder, see, now that's not normy. That's That's like the opposite. So we're like halfway in territory there. But hey, there's nothing wrong with being a normie, or whatever the what is the opposite of a normie? Like, I'm sure we're all aware of the term normie and presumably the implications and images that provides or whatever. But what's the difference? Well, not what's the difference. What's the opposite? Like, what is like on the complete opposite? Like, you know, the flip of it. What's the antonym for a normie? So, it's a very good line suggestion from Brady. Degenerates is, I think that that sounds about right. I feel like that's a bit harsh, but compared to normies, because funny, I'll be honest, right? I think the only people who are bothered by being called normies are people who aren't normies. I don't think people who are normal care about being referred to as normal. I mean, I'd almost take that as a compliment. Like, oh man, you think I'm normal, bruh. Thank you. Have to be productive, but you're just watching me play farming. Oh yeah, I've got a virtual wife and a virtual. Well, I haven't got a virtual kid, but you know, my virtual wife is virtually pregnant. So, yeah, and I have a house, so and I have a virtual house. That's. Also, sorry, I didn't say so. Hey, Kitsurito, how are you doing today? There is no normal, it's a hoax made up by the government. Whose government? Are they all in on it? Or did like one government just have to plant the seed and that was enough? I'm gonna save just in case I forget to do something. Okay, well thanks for watching, Deca, and I hope you managed to get all those things that you mean to do, all that productivity. I hope you get that done. Thank you for the good luck. Doing good. That's good to hear. Made lunch, but it turned out gross and not sure what to do. What were you making, and how did it turn out gross? I think luckily my palate is so simple and basic. The worst I ever do to any of my meals is I burn toast. It's like if I burn like the toast or like the pita bread that I'm having with it. There's only one government, and that's America. Can I get a K-Kona in chat for all the Americans? If that's the case, I want a different government. What am I doing? Yeah. Been lucky the entire time it's doing such a mood. Oh, thank you, Leash on Life. I'm glad that I could. I'm glad that I could improve your mood. But chicken sausage. I've never even heard of chicken sausage. Now that I have, it doesn't surprise me as a thing. But I wasn't aware of chicken sausage, and now I have. I'm not sure what to do with this knowledge, but I shall use it wisely, I'm sure. Does your partner like chicken sausage as well? So maybe you could like set it aside for them later? Assuming they're not there now, or... Or was it just like you bought chicken sausage and now it's like a, neither of us like it. So now we've just got chicken sausage. This was an important thing that I forgot in the last run I did, is the bamboo. Made very important sure that I'm not to miss it this time, because it irritated me when I forgot it in my previous run. Oh, no problem. I'm glad I could be of some help. Right, how is Potpourri 2 doing? 6 hearts. Almost couldn't count for a second. Okay, I've actually forgotten to do a couple of the shopping channels. Oh well, I think I maybe forgotten to do one of the shopping channels, but luckily with how shopping channel works, that doesn't actually matter at all, which is great. But yeah, so we're coming to the end of spring. Only a few days left, and pretty much every day but tomorrow will basically be the same. Just, you know, collecting the honey, collecting the egg, brushing my... I almost said cow. It's a horse, not a cow. Bit of a difference there, but yeah, brushing my horse, and then straight to bed. And the reason why that won't... Well, I'll still be doing all of that tomorrow, but I'll also be going to the inn to buy some stuff on the telephone. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing today, because it's TV shopping day, is there's an interesting way to basically buy 2 TV shopping items on the same day. And this was actually only discovered like maybe a couple weeks ago during one of my streams. Actually, someone in chat suggested the idea of it. But yeah, so a few weeks ago, I actually watched the TV shopping, which which basically allows me to then go to the inn and buy whatever the item was. I think it was just a general kitchen set. I think it was at first. I think it's the first one you always have to buy. But so obviously I didn't buy it that day. So what I'm going to do is buy it now. And basically, so the way it works, I think until you watch TV shopping again, like once that kind of flag has been set and the game goes, okay, he's watched TV shopping, he's now gonna, you know, buy it. You can basically buy it at any point, you know, whenever the inn is open. I don't even think it has to be a Saturday. But the reason why I want to do it on a Saturday is because then, so I can buy, whatever I'm going to buy in a minute when the inn opens. But then I can run back to my house, watch the new TV shopping, and have them say, oh look, it's a brand new item, it's so cool, whatever it is, it costs this much. And then I can run straight back to the inn, and then buy that item. So then I'm able to buy 2 items in one day. Whereas usually you'd have to, limited to like once a week. And because of that, it also means that I don't actually have to wait twice for the inn to open. So I'm buying 2 items today. Usually that means I'd have to wait till 8 o'clock twice. Whereas only I have to wait until 8 o'clock once. Which isn't a massive time save, because obviously the trip back and forth between the inn, that's the same. You still have to do that regardless. But that little bit where I'm just waiting around for the inn to open, that's cut out. Sounds legit. It is legit. Try it with the TV shopping network, or whatever. They still have them. I genuinely haven't. I remember them being on when I was young. They're like kind of infomercials, but not really. But I haven't seen them in ages. Maybe that's because I don't watch TV that much anymore. But like, all the things where it's like you buy the slicer dicer, the fancy like knife cutting board. It's like half cutting board, half knife, half egg slicer. Whole piece of crap. There's a thing, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen them in ages. In fact, I don't remember really what I would have been watching when I was young for them to come up, because I don't think I specifically set out and watch the TV shopping channels. But there definitely are channels, like stations dedicated to them. I'm just not sure why like a 10-year-old me would have been enthralled by that. I feel like I remember them being like on actual channels, but as like special adverts. Like instead of having like an ad, like a regular ad break, they'd have like, the one advert where it's for like the super duper slicer dicer or whatever it is. Yeah, so like, how are they actually shady? Are those like shopping channels? Like, how legitimate are they? Or is it like, is it like actually legit, like surprisingly legitimate? Or is it like, nah, it's about as like legitimate as you probably think it is? Like, has anyone in chat ever bought anything for like any like ever ordered one of those like call now and get free shipping, or you get a smaller version of what you've just bought thrown in for free? I feel like that's an old person thing. I'm worried now I've said that somebody's gonna go, I have, and I'm 28, and it's like, oh, sorry man. Maybe you're just an old person in disguise. I've learned a lot about my audience today, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody just says, I'm an 83-year-old granny and I love watching your runs, but your comment about buying the Slicer Dicer 3000 has upset me. And now I'm not going to watch you anymore. I don't know. Sorry any grannies that are watching. Man, I'm just getting everybody together. I'm getting housewives, grannies, children. Hey Adam, how's it going? Oh, good. That's good to hear. That depends on when the sessions for that are, because I pretty much only found out about it 2 days ago, I think, on Friday. So I haven't made a character at all. I've got the concept for my character because I'm doing like kind of a joint character with Matt. I don't know if he's told you about that, but I've yet to actually like make it. I'm not a weeb. I just enjoy occasionally playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends. I'm not a weeb, I'm a loser. No, the difference. The difference, of course, being you can be a loser without being a weeb, but if you are a weeb, you are automatically a loser. You've now been informed of the difference. There we go. Okay, yeah, so spring is over. I don't believe I've forgotten anything. I've got... Well, there's only the one item that from spring that I use for recipes, which is bamboo shoots, and I've got that this time, so that's fine, that's all good. What else is there? I don't think there is anything else from spring, so I think we should be good to continue with a 10-minute gold, which is very nice, which is about like a 40-minute time save, which is doubly nice. That's alright, Toasty. I accept your apology. How is Potpourri 2 doing? That's a number. I think it was 8. Okay. So I have quite a bit of time save in summer from not messing up Chicken Festival. Obviously, I can't very much mess up Chicken Festival. If you were here for last week's run, that is precisely what happened. You know, obviously, I'm going to try not to. Whether or not I will, I don't know. But we'll see. Hey, Mina Mio the Great, how are you doing today? Yep, I managed to get... I got the bamboo shoots as well, so that's all good. So I think this is good. I think we're on good pace here, so let's just try and keep it that way. So I saved an entire hour. So So the previous split I saved 35 minutes, which is at the top of my splits where it says previous segment. But currently I'm an hour ahead of my PB. Yeah, hopefully the Chicken Festival does go well today. No, go away, horse. I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think I have enough time to save for it to be sub 9 this run. But I don't know, actually. It might get close, depending on how good luck I get. Because this season, this split is like pretty much my last big time save. I won't really have a big time save in fall. Shopping channel, of course. and I pretty much won't. I don't really have a time save in winter. Now I think I can maybe do better than my best, maybe, depending on like how well the chicken festival goes. But that's the thing, so I can definitely sub 9 at some point. I just need, you know, whether or not it's this run, I don't know. I wonder if it's like possibly faster just to say yes to whatever one tries to sell you, just so he never tries to sell you it again. Like I don't think that would work with the Sugdwa apple, because I think you can buy multiple of them, but I don't think you're able to buy multiple vases. So I think if you bought the vase, you know, just take the cost and just take the sink of 5,000. And it's like, yeah, okay, but at least he won't visit me anymore. Yeah, potentially. Oh, sorry, chicken. Actually, I could have shipped that. That's what I should have done. Oh well. That seems really low. That seems ridiculously low for my horse. Because it's been about and 20 days, I think. It's been about 50 days since I've started actually like befriending my horse. I don't know. Maybe that's fine. And I'm just paranoid. But I don't know. We'll see. Alright. Here he comes. Rick. Coming to tell me about the chicken festival tomorrow. Of course we're going to enter the chicken festival. I've got to prove my chicken's worth. You know, we had that horse for you, Mom, earlier. This is for you potpourri, except just potpourri, because otherwise I'd miss 1,000 affection. Yeah, this festival, this is to save my marriage, because potpourri knows I've been spending all my time that chicken, no time with her. Yeah, so if I can at least win, it might mean something, you know? Putting it all on the line. I don't know exactly how many honeys I'll need for my child, so I'll definitely be. It'll be kind of easy to figure that out once he's actually born. I don't know at the moment. He should be born, I think, in about 10 or so days, maybe a little less, maybe 8. That's not a festival, I don't know. It would help if I actually got my chicken, so we could go to the festival. that certainly would help. Right, what are you actually on? Okay, you're on max hearts, that's good. That gives me a good chance of winning, I think. I just needed to play smart, I just needed to play clever, you know? As long as she doesn't mess around and act stupid, then I think we got this. I believe in the first try. Hell yeah, can I get a bless RNG in chat to bless my chicken? And any of you subs, now's a chance to extra flex. Get that The00ber bless in chat as well. Let's get some blessings. Oh, I'm up against Big Mama first. I gotta watch out because this is her house. So there is a bit of luck in this game, as much as it is mostly skill in a way, because my chicken can just completely face the wrong way, and there is like that, and there is nothing I can do about it. Now, see, that's what I meant. That's Jesus Christ. That's what I mean by there was literally nothing I could really do about that, because cheering on my chicken would do pretty much nothing in that. If not, it would get them to just walk the wrong way. So okay, right. We've got the joke that it can't be first try. We've got the joke out of the way. Haha, very funny. But now we're actually, now we're actually gonna, now it's gonna work. Trust me. I haven't missed much, Toasty. You just miss it. Just the start of how I lose my hour and 8-minute lead. I really hope it doesn't happen again, because I think so a similar-ish thing happened last week in last week's attempt. I think I was actually further ahead than this, funny enough. I was definitely like an hour or so ahead. But I was quite far ahead, and basically Chicken Festival didn't kill the run. I was still ahead, but it killed any chances of sub 10. Because it was ridiculous. I had to do Chicken Festival way more than I ever should have. So right, whilst I'm waiting for the festival to open, I'm gonna be right back. But before I go, okay, I think we lost that because there wasn't enough blessing going on. I need more bless RNGs, subs. I need more The00ber bless. So when I get back, I need to see some blesses in chat. Okay, I'm back. Now that's what I'm talking about. Now we've got some luck in here. I'm already feeling a lot luckier. Okay, we're up against Berthie this time. So this could be a little bit, Berthie, she ain't no big mama, Now Big Ape is the one, I never want to go against Big Ape, he's scary. Also, on the bright side of it not being first try, I managed to fix sound glitch by resetting the games. That's good. That's nice. Right, just don't immediately face the wrong way, please. Thank you. No, see, that's what's supposed to happen when your chicken doesn't just go, "Hey, what's that?" and turns around immediately. I mean, this is going to be a cracking match already. I can feel it. No. I fucking had it and then it turned around. Good. Okay. I got a little bit worried there because I couldn't tell which one was mine. Oh, Sachi KO. Okay, final match. Come on, let's do this. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Ah, I didn't mean to go that soon. Good, okay. No, why did you keep going, you dumb chicken? Oh, this is scary. Okay, this is my chance. Yes, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, second try. That's good. That's good. That's very good. I shouldn't be celebrating second try. Should be like a piss easy festival. So yeah, so so a fun little story. So 2 years ago when I was first running this game, I didn't actually realise that the chicken festival was a requirement. I didn't realise that was the only way to get the golden egg, which you need for one of the recipes. So, so in like the first run that I ever actually completed of this game, there was pretty much like the final section of the game was me going on like my second file, trying to win the chicken festival that I had never done before, had no idea what I was doing. And I'm pretty sure I managed to beat it first try. Oh, storm, cool. So yeah. So that was hype. No, don't get me wrong, this was hype, but I feel like I should have at least, now that I know I have to do it and I can actually prepare for it, it shouldn't be too difficult, but somehow it is. There we go. Golden egg obtained. Right, so now that I've gotten the golden egg, I can basically just send Popuri away for a while. She's no longer needed. The chicken, I mean, not my wife, of course. My wife is still needed. How much does that sell for? Honestly, I don't know. I don't really know any of the prices for any of the items in this game because I don't really. In the runs you don't really sell any of them, and the ones that you do sell you don't need to know the prices of. So I would not be able to tell you, unfortunately. I could find out, but don't know off the top of my head. Right, let's do some more TV shopping then. Yeah, I should be able to do TV shopping today. Not Anne's festival or a birthday. It's not Anne's birthday or a festival, not Anne's festival or a birthday. Yeah, well, actually, today's a good chance to go get my mayonnaise maker and then go get my cheese maker started. So I'll go pick up the adamantite for that. 150G. That's not too bad. Not the best item in the game, but definitely not the worst. I imagine then the regular eggs, or like all the other quality eggs, sell for a bit less as well then. Or sell for less than that. Okay, so that's item 1 bought today. Now we're just going to go back to our house, check the TV, see what they're selling today, and then go back to the inn and buy it. That's not the TV, that's a cabinet. Now, something I have actually tried before is then, so I've bought this item, what happens now if I go back to the TV and watch the TV shopping again? And unfortunately it just shows whatever you've, it'll show the same thing for that day, so it doesn't then move on to the next item, unfortunately, so you can't all buy them all in one day, as great as that would be. There you go. So I think I bought this. I ordered from this from him like 2 months ago. I was like, hey, it was done like way more than a month ago, like a month and a half ago, and you're only just picking it up. I'm like, yep. But hey, props to him for holding it for all this time, you know. I'm not entirely sure what you're here for, Mayor. I'm not actually sure what you're here for at all. Not a festival, I haven't... I'm pretty sure his request happens on Spring 15. How much fodder have I got left? I've got 16 fodder, okay. That's not too bad. Luckily I don't need to get any more for when I have cows later, because I've got lots of grass. Yeah, so at some point I do kind of need to do that. I'll probably do that during fall actually. So at some point I need to get cows again so I can have milk. Because yeah, you need quite a bit of milk for some of the various recipes in the game. Right, so hopefully my wife should be giving birth any day now. There you go. Here's the child being born. Poor Kai. Poor everyone who comes to visit my house, really. Unless they're telling me about a festival in which, I suppose, maybe in the context of the game, my character, is nice enough to wait and listen, but in the context of Ron, I'm being forced to do it. I'm being forced to listen. Yes, I have decided on his name. He will be known as A Junior, named after the dog, of course. Dog, please. Thank you. Okay, so born on the 16th, so I'll be able to start giving him gifts on the 16th of winter. I think I may be able to get away with just like one extra gift a day, I'm not sure. So okay, so I think I need to do a bit more than 2. I think. Maybe 4 a day. Yeah, I think I need to give my child 4 items a day. Which isn't too bad. I've done it where I've had to give him 5 a day, so before, so it's not going to be a massive problem. Really, now it's just how much honey do I actually need for that. $52, okay. I don't know how much I currently have. I think I'm somewhere in like the 30s. With how many I've got in my bag, I'm probably like higher 30s, I think. Maybe like just hitting 40-ish now. So that's not too bad. Yeah, so this is really where like having a child born on time is can save you time. It means I don't have to be like, you know, I'm not looking or like gathering honey for as long. So if I was able to start giving him gifts at the beginning of winter, so if he was born at like the beginning of summer, I'd only have to have about 25 honey for him. So yeah, so I'd like avoid, so this like small part of the day where I'm going to the honey tree each day, that wouldn't be happening because just because I wouldn't need any more honey after 25. Okay, so we're not going to gold here, unfortunately. But that's fine. I think that may now kind of be an unobtainable goal, or gold rather, just because of the route changes and stuff. I don't know, actually, maybe with... No, I think I'm going to go a little bit past it, so even with First Strike Chicken Festival I don't think would make a difference. Okay, well thanks for watching, Toasty. And enjoy the rest of your night. But yeah, so even though we're not going to gold, we should still save time here, which is good. Was a festival yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. I think it's a fireworks festival. There's some festivals they don't tell you about, so you just kind of have to remember. Like if somebody came to my house the day before and said, "Hey, it's a festival," I'd be like, "Oh, okay, cool." But that one I just kind of have to remember, which is why I didn't bother going to the inn that day, because the inn wouldn't have been open because it was a festival. Okay, so this cutscene doesn't really matter. I think both options take roughly the same time. Actually, I don't know, because I haven't actually timed them. I just, when I started testing them again, when I tested them, when I came back to this game, I tested them for Ellie, and obviously Ellie says different things to Potpourri. So the cutscene, I'm assuming both of the cutscenes are a little bit different. Not just the one where you go to the clinic. But yeah, I think they're roughly the same length. There, like, if there's a difference, it's like a couple of seconds in a run where a couple of seconds doesn't do anything. The doctor's happy face is scary. Oh, yo, what is this movement? So no, I don't believe your horse does have. I think having your horse outside affects its affection in this game at all. I know certainly in some of the later ones, animal affection can get affected by whether or not you leave them outside. But I don't think that's the thing in this one. The only benefit from leaving your horse outside would basically just be like you could theoretically leave them. Leave it closer to the house so you wouldn't have to move as far. How is my horse doing for affection? 5. Okay. Don't know if I'll be fine then. No, indeed. Almost done with the honey though. Okay, actually, this is the perfect time to do some animal exchanging, because it's a Saturday. Okay, so actually a kind of like massive part of the run that I've like missed out, or like kind of somehow managed to avoid, is an exploit known as animal exchange, which I'm actually still like, this is kind of me doing it now, and that basically so far in the run, whenever I've traded an animal over, that's kind of been it. I've traded the animal and then, you know, carried on, and that's been normal. This is where it gets a little less normal, because so the way the trading in this game works is when you trade from file A to file B, once the trade is over, it will save file B, but it will just assume you'll carry on with file A and, like, you know, save in your own time, essentially. So what I'm currently doing, you may notice I'm sending the same cow over from the same file. So what I'm doing is I'm loading this file up, sending the cow over to my main file, and then the game saves my other file, like my main file, the one that I'm not currently playing on, but it doesn't save the file that I am currently playing on. So then what I'm able to do is then just reload the save, and the cow is still here. And this basically just allows me to get a lot of cows. And yeah, and to basically duplicate them. So in a normal run, there are kind of like, I suppose, 3 main uses for this. Then being, one is obviously the fact that, like, right at the end of the game you need to have a full barn, you need to have like 20 cows or so. This makes that not the case. Oh, or this makes it easy to get it. You still need the cows, but this means you don't have to like buy all of them. You can just duplicate one. So you only have to buy 1 cow, but you can just duplicate them. This also makes it easier for milking them. So instead of having to milk 1 cow for 21 days, which is how much milk you need in the run for all the different recipes, I've got 7 cows, only need to milk them for 3 days. So as long as they are all nice to me and give me milk straight away, yes, this will be very easy and very quick. If this other cow wants to get out of the way, though... Okay. There's actually a cow that I can't milk because it's fused with another one. Or I've already milked and I'm being stupid. One of the two. But then one of the other big things that we do with no, I haven't. One of the other big things that we do with the animal exchange is then selling the cows. So each of these cows will sell for 10,000 G, which, well, not 10,000 G, 3,000 G, sorry. Each of these cows will sell for 3,000 G, which isn't that much, depending on how you think about it, but it's a decent amount. It is pretty good. Especially when you consider basically what you're then able to do is, like, you know, I can sell all of these cows, and then I've still got the other cows on the file, on my other file, so I can just send more over. Now, because I've already done a second or a third shipping duplication, and I used that specifically because I had, like, all, you know, extra space, I used that almost specifically to make most of the money that I'd need for them remainder of the run. So there are only like a few things I didn't really take into account for buying. Basically, what I should be able to do is once I've milked all these cows, I can then just sell them, and that'll make me about 21,000. Which I don't know if that will be enough. It depends on how much I spent on horse racing. In fact, that doesn't even cover the cost of all the grass. But you know, it won't be too bad. It's not that difficult to make extra money. In fact, I can send more of it to do a little bit to sell if I really need it. Why not just buy fodder? So I actually have a little bit of fodder left over from when I bought and raised the original cow, the first one. But I've got the grass on my field, and if you sickle it, it turns into fodder. So there isn't really a point in buying fodder now. Now that I've got like the entire grass full of field. I kind of realised though, if I were clever, what I should have done is had this like 3 days or so before a TV shopping day. Actually, no, this will be fine. It's not a great day, but I'll have to stay up on the Tuesday, I think, and then I'll sell my cows on the Tuesday and buy the hothouse on the Tuesday, and that'll be fine. Yeah, I'll do that. I can use it as an excuse to forage as well. Right, so just go and pick up my cheese maker now. And it's like, oh great, this one only took you about a month to pick up, so that's not too bad. Hey Surf Kehoe, how are you doing today? Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, well, that's good to hear. I'm doing very well, thank you. We're only going pretty well, so I'm quite happy with it. Could be going better, but we're ahead. It's looking like a sub 10, so that's good. Didn't actually want an apple, but okay, I wanted the honey. Two cows have kind of merged into each other again. Oh good, they're demerging. Right, I think whilst I'm here and thinking about it, let's make some cheese. No, I should have fed them first. should have fed them first because now I don't have any room for fodder, so I'm going to have to go back, drop everything off in the fridge and then go back. Okay, so I should have only one more day of milking the cows, and then we're done. I'm going to drop off a bunch of items that I don't need anymore, just so I can cycle through them a bit quicker. Oh, cool, thanks game. Okay, so that should be all the milk I need. So yeah, so compared to my last run, definitely cows have taken a lot less time, which is good. They're probably taking a lot less time than my PB as well, which is also good. Okay, so today, because I don't really have any more purpose for my cows, I'm going to sell them. And then I'm also going to buy the final expansion, the hothouse. I'm assuming I do. I currently don't, so I need to wait for to sell my cows first, but that's okay. I currently don't actually have enough money for, because I need 38,000 for that. Well, that's not a... Yeah, that's not a big deal, because I'd sell my cows first anyway, just because barley opens before Gots does. Yeah, so I'll use this as a nice opportunity to just do a little bit of foraging. Get a few of the items that I need for recipes from fall. Ice mushroom. And I believe that's all of the fall items, or the fall forageable items that I need done. Yep, that's all forageables. The only other forageable there is, which I suppose it counts as a forageable kind of, is the small stone. So I won't exactly pick that up on my way home, but I'll pick it up tomorrow since it's on my mind, since I'm thinking about it. I think usually what I'd do is I'd buy the bell and animal medicine just so this menuing is a little bit quicker, because then it means the option sell cow is a little bit easier to get to, because then once you buy the bell and animal medicine, those options disappear from the menu. But because this is probably really going to be the only time I'm going to sell cow, usually I do it a lot more, so it makes sense. But because I'm not actually going to, this may be the only time I'll sell a bunch of cows. Ooh, I don't have any sheep. I want to sell a cow. Then yeah, then I'm not going to bother with that, especially since I'm going to be like a little bit tight here and there for money. I don't know, so the hothouse is pretty much my last major expense. The wood shouldn't cost me too much, because it's like 580, I've already got like, I think 540 or something. So that won't be too bad, and then it's 30,000 for the actual hothouse itself. I've got a few of the shopping channel stuff left. I think I've got a few of the expensive ones left, but I don't think they should be too bad. $46,000. Yeah, I have a feeling that can last me for the rest of the run. I mean, I think I have got a couple of extra things that I can sell anyway, because I've got way more corn than I need. I only need one corn, I've got like 5 of them, so I can sell them. I've still got the earrings from earlier, and they'll sell for 2,000 again. Oh, actually, I should probably check how much lumber I currently have. 512, okay, I thought I had more than that. That's 68. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it'd be. Actually, you know what, I'll pick up this stone now whilst I'm thinking about it. Because I can't just hold it in my hand and put it in. Oh. So now it's something tonight. What is... Oh, it's anniversary, of course. That would have been embarrassing if I forgot my anniversary. Well, I might as well, yeah. Yeah, don't know if that did anything, but oh, okay, of course. I either have to have the meal or I have to leave and re-enter. We'll say leave and re-enter then. And hey, the rolling pin's here. Right, also while I'm thinking about it, get my fish. See, I don't know, but I feel weddings are like such a big thing. They're like, you know, such a big deal is made over weddings. Like, it's such a big day. I feel like you almost have to remember it. Or, well, you know, you have to, in quotes. But like, I feel like it's almost more impressive if you genuinely do forget your wedding anniversary over remembering it. Like, anniversaries going on, like, you know, first date and stuff like that. I can kind of understand forgetting that, because that's not necessarily a date you're going to remember, because you don't know whether anything will come from it by then. You know, a wedding is like a big deal, and like a big deal is part of it is the day, is the date. But you know, like a first date, that's like, you know, you don't even know if you'll see this person again. You don't know how good it's gonna go, so I think it's easier to forget that one than it is a wedding date. Facebook remember for you? Yeah, exactly. See, now if you even put like anything, it's like you just change your like status on it to married, and Facebook will go, "Oh, do you remember a year ago when you got married?" And you'll be like, "Oh, I knew I was forgetting something today." But I mean, that's the thing, I suppose. If you remember it's your wedding anniversary on the day of your wedding anniversary, you've probably got bigger problems to deal with. You've probably messed up by not sorting anything beforehand anyway, I don't know. Or, I don't know, maybe you're just a very modern couple and you don't really need to do anything for your anniversary, who knows. Right, so this is one of the expensive ones, but yeah, it's one of the expensive ones, but it's kind of like the midway-ish point. There's still a few things after this. Well, the hothouse is done, thank goodness. There's still a few seeds left I need to buy. I think pretty much also, not all of the bonus seeds, because I've already bought spinach, but I basically need to rebuy all of the spring crops that I need to grow, and the pumpkin seeds. But I'll do that next week when I go and buy stuff on Shopping Channel. Yeah, I was actually trying to talk to my dog, Potpourri, I'm sorry. I think I should be roughly about here. So I'm done with honey now, so I don't need to bother with that anymore. Good. Even got a tiny bit extra, I think. So until I start growing crops, all I have to do is worry about my horse. And I suppose my dog. Actually, something I just remembered is a crop I don't have to worry about is tomatoes. I've actually already got all of the tomatoes. Which I think I want to check now just to make sure I've got enough of them. I'm pretty sure you need 4. I only got 6, okay. So that should definitely be enough. Yeah, tomatoes 4, okay. Look how much money I have. 13,000, okay. Yeah, okay. So thinking about it, that's definitely not enough for the rest of the kitchen stuff. Because I pretty much need, well, it's probably enough for the rest of the kitchen stuff, but not for the power berry. But I think if I just check what I've got, yeah, I've only got 2 things left, which is the oven and the seasoning set, and both of those cost 5,000 each, which will set me back 10,000. And then the power berry, I believe, is worth also 5,000. So I'll just be a tiny bit short on that, which means you can go get shipped, and then I should have enough for all of that. And then I just need to make a tiny bit more money for all of the shopping requirements, which isn't much. I don't think there are any. Oh, I suppose seeds as well. Seeds and shopping requirements, I think, are the only other things I'm missing on. I think we've got pretty much most of the expensive seeds, I don't know. The good thing is, I pretty much know how much well, I'll know roughly how much I'll need by the end of today. Because now I can go and, well, almost finish off the shopping channel, but also buy all the last lot of seeds that I need. So if I just ship these apples and this honey, it probably won't be, won't finish it off, but it'll be a good start. Something I should actually time, which I might just do now, is how long it takes to get to the inn from each kind of path. Actually, right. I'm gonna waste a little bit of time. I'm gonna try this again. Just so I do it the right way. Now, hopefully, I don't get really cutscene or anything. Because that's the thing. Because this way feels shorter, but it's got more loading zones. It's got more screen transitions. Okay, so that's about 24-25 seconds-ish. Well, I hope you enjoyed your sleep. Peace in. Peace in. Alright, finish off buying the seeds here. Okay, I've already got the cabbage seeds, but they're from one, so that's fine. So pretty much one of each of these. Okay, only summer fruit I have to buy, I believe, is the pumpkin. I've got the tomato, I've got the onion, and I've got the corn. And just a single pumpkin. I believe I've actually bought all of this, the fall crops as well. I'm not sure I bought spinach. No, I think I have bought spinach. Yeah, because I bought these when I was buying the grass seeds. Alright, so let's buy some of this stuff now. I've just realised something I've forgotten. I haven't done the Sprite Tea Party. Oh, what is it? The more runs I do, there's always like now a big thing I forget. Like when I came back to this game, there wasn't like a big thing I would forget. I just, I wasn't. I was just a bit rusty, and now that like I have no excuse for being rusty, like the game is fresh in my mind. There's always something like really important that I forget. It's always spring as well. It like last run I forgot the bamboo shoots. This run I'm forgetting the tea party. That is so stupid. God damn it! This is like pretty much exactly the same point that I kind of like realized in last week's run. that I'd fucked up. Right, where do I want all the various seeds? Okay, that should be a decent pattern. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to run. It's just gonna have to go past year 4. It's gonna go into year 4 now. I'm just, yeah, I think I've got enough time save to still get sub 10. Despite, but yeah, yeah. Gotta think. So if you missed last week's run, kind of a similar thing happened where I forgot I realized I missed something pretty important from spring during fall. And basically, at that point, I was like I was still ahead, but I was only like, I'd say half an hour or so ahead, which, considering like I kind of want to get, I need one coin, yeah. Considering I want to get sub 10, then I wasn't really happy with, I kind of knew I wasn't really going to be happy with whatever time I'd get. So, like, even now, so there's still like, you know, a good couple of hours, between like 2-3 hours left of the run. So I didn't finish it because I just didn't feel like it. But yeah, I'm gonna try and finish this one just because I'm far enough ahead that I could still get sub 10. My dog was like somewhere behind. I thought my dog was somewhere behind there, but it wasn't. But that's the thing, I think I can also, like, I think sub 9 is definitely possible. So, I suppose that's kind of my bigger goal at the moment. Yep, we got 2 beds, 1 per person. It's a miracle my wife managed to get pregnant with us having separate beds, but it still happened. Wow, okay, these apples and Penny are making me like no money. Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. Keep doing that as well. Now, well, I was going to say luckily, but this isn't really luck. Luck, or not luck, but not being stupid would mean I wouldn't have to go into year 4 anyway, but thankfully, I suppose, is the fact that despite going into year 4, I shouldn't have to go that far into it, because I should hopefully be able to do the Harvest Bright Tea Party on, I think, Spring 4? Now, the reason why I can't just do it on Spring 1, well, I don't think I can do it on Spring 1 because it's a festival, but I can't do it on Spring 1 or Spring 2, for that matter, because I have to have a Harvest Bright on 3 hearts, and originally I was going to do it on Aqua's birthday, which is why I didn't hire him with all the other sprites in year 2. But his birthday is the 26th of spring, which is quite late into spring, whereas there's a sprite, I don't remember whose it is, but there's a sprite's birthday on like Spring 4 or something. So I'm just going to hope to use theirs and hope to try and get them up to 3 hearts. Okay, so I've got enough for the power berry now. Pretty much now I just need enough money for well, all the remaining ingredients. Which actually yeah, so I also need quite a bit of money for the Sprite Tea Party as well. Which will be about it'll still be like a couple thousand, I think, like altogether. Which, funny enough, for some of it I do actually kind of have an idea for a workaround. Depending on what day that Harvest Sprite's birthday falls on, I could be able to sell, I might be able to sell some cows on that day. I should also be able to watch, like, I should be able to watch like TV shopping now, and not have to worry about it until. And if I just don't worry about it until the Harvest Sprite Tea Party, then that won't really be a problem. Then I can just buy it during that day. Orange ones is winter 22. Yeah, so because there's definitely one in fall that I don't think I would have missed by the time I realised it. But the reason why I do one of the spring ones is because the tea party. Well, so the tea party has to be in spring. But so I just kind of combo befriending it into the tea party. All 10 and 14. Oh, okay, so I think I may have just missed them, because I think I realised like halfway through fall. So I think I just missed whoever's 414 was. Okay, it's purple is spring 4, good. Okay, I think this is all the cucumbers I need. Yeah, that's one extra. That's fine. I think I still need, yeah, I still need one strawberry. Which way am I currently on? Alright, I think we should almost be done with crops. We've only got a few left. The main ones being the cabbages and the pumpkin. Well, the only other one being the strawberries, so... But the cabbages and pumpkins should be done around the same time. I think they've only got a few days left. 'Cause I think I planted everything about mid-fall. Some of these I can sell, some of these I can just keep. Okay, so that's it done for crops then. And that's pretty much it done for fall. What am I doing for money? Okay. I think I should... maybe not quite, I think I still need to do a little bit more. But I might be done with money considering I just sold a couple more items. Okay, 7,000. Okay, because it's like the last day I'll have the apples and the honey here. I may as well sell them as well. Alright, well I suppose we'll try and be a bit careful and see if I've got some of the important items but that I can't get once I've gone into winter. So I've got all my fish, good. I've got mushrooms, I've got the truffle, I've got the grapes, good. And I've got the rock, good. Really hope I haven't forgotten anything else, otherwise I am just going to cry. And immediately a storm. Okay, good start to winter. And another storm. And it destroyed the hothouse, so let's reload that other storm. Yeah, I think these are going to be stuck as 2 storms in a row. Oh, please don't have the hothouse be destroyed every single bloody time I load the file now. That shouldn't be the case, but I don't know. No, yeah, I think that might be the case. Cool beans. Yeah, okay. Right, so I suppose what I'll do with that is end of the year I'll buy another hothouse. There's no, like, yeah. I'll just have to lose a bit of time. And wait for the farm to open. And then... Actually, I don't even... No, I can save just to make consistent, just to make cooking a bit easier. I don't need to save for storms now because I don't care about storms because I don't have a hothouse anymore. Right, so okay. Yeah, so we're in the last, well, no, we're not in the last month of the game because I messed up. We're in what should be the last month of the game. And with it brings the joys of cooking. So let's do that. Let's take our mind off all the mistakes and let's do some cooking, yeah? Right, so first off, all these recipes that I'm going to be doing today, these are going to be recipes that I'm going to use for something else, or that are going to become ingredients for another recipe. So first off, we have butter. That's used quite a bit, and now we've got some fruit juice. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some more fruit juice just whilst I'm here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I want to check I did actually, yeah. Because if I get like a single thing wrong when I'm creating these recipes, then the game has a big ol' hissy fit and says, nope, you cooked a failure, you lose. And then I have to try again. Right, so, okay. I'm going to do what I actually meant to do this time and make a slight variation on it. I don't use the apple, I use the cucumber. Yep. So now this time I should make vegetable juice. No, I don't want this for this one. That's definitely the pot, yep. Oh, actually, so I'm missing a couple of... I'm missing like pretty much all the shop ingredients. Right, so I suppose I'll make this one and then skedaddle on over to the shops. Right, well I may as well do all of that today. Well, actually, no, I'll do that tomorrow because then this is a good opportunity just to sell a bunch of cows. I still won't buy the hothouse now, but it's a good opportunity to sell cows and buy stuff on the same day, so I'll do that tomorrow actually. I don't actually know what I'm doing. I should be reloading the other file. Right, so this should be enough cows to sell, and it'll be good. So I need... Oh no, because I need all the fucking wood for the hothouse again. Of course, god damn it. How much will that wood cost? There's almost no way I'm going to be able to do it today. 29,000. Yeah, that's basically another 10 horses, so I may as well leave that for another time. But another time, I just now send 10 horses tomorrow, and then do exactly the same. Are there any major differences between the NTSC-J and the NTSC-U, or is it just text speed? I don't actually know if the text speed is different in the versions, but usually it's not usually down to speed, it's usually down to Japanese text says more in fewer characters, so they use less text. But no, besides that, I don't think there are any differences. Or at least there aren't any differences in the game. Or not for this. Not in this game, anyway. No, I think I knew what you meant, but some games like do actually have like different text like scrolling speeds on like in different languages. I can't actually think of any of games off the top of my head, but I think some games like actually avoid Japanese just because their text scrolls slower, in fact. I may as well, do I even have the money? Yeah, I still got the money. I may as well buy the power variant now, whilst I'm passing. Oh, never mind. The season has changed, so I have to go watch it again. That's fine, I'll do that tomorrow, I suppose. Yeah, so me selling this might be the only time I sell cows. That didn't go very well, did it? It should have been, because I shouldn't have had the hothouse destroyed, but it decided to get destroyed on literally the first day of winter, so there wasn't anything I could do about it. Usually I'd pretty much save every single day alternating on files, so that if a storm happened and destroyed my hothouse, I'd be able to go back into the past and prevent that from happening. But the game thought, nah, fuck that. you do that too much, you're too safe. So have a big old fucking time loss instead. So what prevents it from being 100% is an unreasonable requirement. So not an unreasonable requirement, but a requirement that doesn't exist in the game. So pretty much, so the main reason why it's, or the only reason really why it's 100% is because of the recipes. And that's because, so the way the recipes works is you get 1% for every 8 recipes you collect and like discover. But there are only 64 recipes in the game, so you can only actually get 8% from the recipes. And all the other percentages, like, you know, all add up to like 90, and they're all like factors of 10. So pretty much every other like percentage goes up to 10%, with the exception of having 20 barn animals, which goes up to 20. So because there aren't enough recipes in the game, you can only get 8% from recipes, so you can only get 90% total. Now, see, that's actually nothing to do with Natsumi at all. It's exactly like this in the Japanese version, from what I can tell, but it's an actual, like this isn't like an actual programmer's like oversight. This isn't anything to do with localization or translation. Well, if I buy the wood today, then I'll just buy the house. No, I won't buy the house tomorrow. That's a stupid idea. But yeah. Yeah, so I think it was kind of like, yeah, a design oversight is probably the best way to put it, because I think the fact that there are 64 recipes is kind of like a leftover from the fact that this was I think this was originally meant to be a PS1 remake or port of Harvest Moon 64, but then like completely changed as time went on. Which is why which I believe was why there's 64 recipes. But yeah, but then when they made the girl version of this game, they changed that so that so they actually added a few more recipes in. I believe they added 3 new recipes, which is still not enough for it to work on the current system. But they also then made it so that instead of getting 1% for every 8 recipes you complete, you get 1% for every 6 recipes you complete. And another storm. Thank you, game. You suck. Just destroy my house. Just, you know, just like downgrade my house or something, go for it. Do I have to buy that again? I mean, at this point, storms are actually a bit irritating because it means I lose a bit of affection with my horse. So, I still kind of would like the game to not screw me over at the last second. Hey, iBombs, welcome back. Can I do anything with cows today? Yeah, no, it's one of those can't do anything with cows, that's fine. Well, they're gonna look a little bit rough after this and the next one, unfortunately. But yeah, I've managed to give myself a nice head start before I throw the run away. I don't know what was there, and now I'm slightly worried. Oh, that was the onion. No, the supermarket isn't open today. Oh well. Actually, if my cows are a tiny bit ill, they'll live, I'm sure. I'm not sure if you can sell sick cows, but I don't think they should get sick in one day. Oh, okay. No, see now there's the problem of, because now the farm shop is closed, so I can't sell my cows today. And then I basically would do the same thing tomorrow, because the bloody supermarket is closed tomorrow. Right. So yeah. The funny thing is, I probably do actually have enough fodder for all of them. Well, I've got enough fodder for one day for all of them. Sour mood is passable. I can deal with it being in a sour mood. Sick, I'm not sure about. I don't know if I can sell sick cows. But I mean, actually, there's a way around this. They're still gonna be a little bit grumpy, but fuck it. Wait. Oh no, the other farm doesn't have enough space. Never mind then. Okay, I'm just gonna hope that none of them go ill. You might be ill. Yeah. Well, I'll see if I can sell you. If not, I'll heal you and then sell you. Of course, it's the fucking dog race today. Jesus Christ, what is actually wrong with me? I'm actually an idiot. I wonder if I've got any more sick cows now. I should have just stayed. I should have just sold all the cows on like the Sunday or whatever. That's another one. I think I only 2 now. I hope I can sell them. Otherwise I have to spend a bit of money on saving a couple of them. Alright, so this will probably be about when I find out if or not I can sell sick cows. Because at some point I'll go, nope, you can't sell him, he's sick. That will just offer me less for it, I don't know. I think I'd rather him just offer me less for it. Because then I don't at least have to go off and buy the animal medicine and then heal it and then go back. Or I don't have to deal with any of that, I just have to sell it. Just have to sell it and accept the lower price. It's promising so far, unless they've just shoved the 2 sick cows right to the bottom of the list. Alright, this should be fine then. So whilst I'm thinking about it, whilst the shop is still bloody open, I may as well finish all of the shopping for ingredients. Really, I should have done that whilst I was doing all of the shopping channel stuff, but yeah, just there. Luckily, I think you should only be 2 more trips. 1 trip to get oil and bread, and then 1 to get rice balls. And then we're done. But then we're not at all anyway, but we're done with this part. Thank you for the bits, an anonymous cheerer. Living up to your name, thank you. Right, so we've got all the ingredients now, so at some point, well, we'll start again tomorrow. We'll continue with all the recipes. Right, okay, recipes. So, where did we leave off? So we did noodles. Now let's make sashimi. So this is what we wanted the large fish for. You know what, let's make it again whilst we're here. And this is why it was slightly good luck to get 2 of the same fish, because then I can just make it again from the menu. I don't have to worry about switching over to use a different type of fish. Nope. Oh, come on. Okay, so this should be the last recipe that is also then used as an ingredient. A couple of them I think I may have to make again. I think I may have to make like one more lot of noodles. I think other than that, I've got all... Well, actually no, I need to make up quite a bit more butter. But so now I'm able to do that because I have all of the things needed for it. So what this is... Those are noodles, so yeah, so I need to make up one more lot of noodles. Actually, I haven't made mixed juice either. So I'll do that and then I'll make up all the other things. Okay, so now I'll make up final another noodles. Yeah, I already did the extra sashimi, so that's fine. Now I just need to make a bit more butter. So if I just run until if I just go until I've run out. Right, if I go until I've run out of rucksack room, I think I might have a bit too many. Yeah, no, I just need to do 2 more and then I'll be done. So those are all the ingredients that will then be used as more, or all the recipes that will then be used as more ingredients later. How many done? We've done 10 recipes. Yeah, let's just make a quick save just to be safe. So I don't do too many recipes per day, just because if I mess one up, chances are I don't have any like extra items for it. So then I just have to reload. So I try not to do too many per day, and I save every day now just in case I do mess things up. Obviously I'd like not to, but you know, if you've been paying attention to this run, you'll know that that's a common theme is messing up, even if I don't want to. Right, so these recipes I don't need to use for anything. So these just pretty much go straight into the floor. Yep. I should have kept that because my child likes cake. Oh well. Okay, goals. Actually, I don't think I've pet my animals today, so I'll go do that and then I'll save. So yeah, so this would usually be the final stretch of the run, and to be fair, it still kind of is. There's essentially just there's one recipe I won't be able to get because I don't have the ingredient for it just yet, because I forgot to get it earlier, and it's quite time specific. so we've got another chocolate cake in our rucksack, which we don't want. Which one of these is sashimi? Tempura. Sashimi? Yeah. Most balls, sashimi, scrambled eggs, yeah. Yeah, so one of the things that does actually speed things up is the try a slight variation thing. Is that basically if there's only like a couple differences, like maybe like one ingredient or like one of the kitchen utensils or something like that is different in a recipe, then it allows you to just like select that recipe and just like slightly change it yourself. So I don't have to find all of the ingredients again. I can just find like the one that is different. Oh, I think I used the bloody pot instead of the oven. You know what? That's one of the few dishes I don't care that it happened for. I just have to now go buy some more flour and some curry powder, which isn't a massive deal because I have to go buy the powberry anyway. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm not going to get my horse to 10 hearts in time. I say in time, yeah. Well, I definitely don't think I'll get my horse to 10 hearts before the end of the year. I mean, I'm only adding on like theoretically 4 extra days, hopefully. So Which honestly, okay, I think just to like save a bit of time, I may as well just get the hot house, like buy the hot house on that day. But then at least the run is done. Like, you know, the run should hopefully be done when like the hot house is built. Oh come on! What could I have possibly done that reset it? This is ridiculous now. Maybe saving resets or something. I don't think I've reloaded. Like, I don't think I've reloaded to like buy any animals or buy or sell animals. Right, so what was it I needed to rebuy? Rice ball and curry powder. No, it was flour I was supposed to buy. Now let me just go back and actually buy the item I was supposed to. Right, so let's try this again then. Knife, pot, rolling pin, yeah. So world record is the current time that I'm competing against. I think it's like 10:51:59, which is my current PB. Nope, that's Shimi. That's something else. Yep. Okay, so we're almost halfway through with recipes. As I said, there are 64 recipes. I've currently got 30 of them. Why is time stopped? Time hasn't stopped, unless you mean the game time, in which case the game time stops whenever you're inside, just because that's how it works in the older games. Okay, finally able to befriend my child. Oh, I think he only likes chocolate cake. I thought he loved it. No, that's okay. I mean, if my timer had actually frozen, then I'd certainly appreciate knowing. But yeah, so that happening was probably just something to do with OBS messing up or something, I don't know. Or live split just lagging, I'm not sure. Oh, nice, just open the kitchen just to immediately go, nope, not cooking. No, come on. So even though in this game you get given a mayonnaise maker, you still actually have to make mayonnaise yourself. Oh no, here's an important thing. Let's remember the oil. That's actually, I think I always forget that every time there's one that turns out wrong, because I forget oil is an ingredient in this. But yeah, and you have to make mayonnaise 4 times. Actually, I shouldn't have made that one. So for some reason, I thought that was the one I should have made first, and it wasn't. Because now I think if I try and follow the recipe for that. Yep. Yeah. So because I don't have the golden egg, it won't let me follow the recipe for that because I don't have the golden egg, which is stupid. But yeah. Especially considering I'm going to exchange the golden egg for something else, for another type of egg. So there are 4 different types of mayonnaise that you can get, and they're all basically from the different quality. I forgot the oil again. And they're all basically from the different quality of eggs. Luckily I have spare eggs. down for the day, and then save, and then continue with however many recipes are left. Okay, 23, but 22 that I can get now. Okay, I got really worried I hadn't actually grown turnip for a second there. That would have been really bad. Yeah, definitely does. Okay. Some of these I'm just not reading very well. I'm just having to like really look at it carefully. Oh, I actually have an extra corn. Oh well. Right, so now we get to the recipe that I have to skip because I don't have the relaxation tea leaves. I have to come back to that one later. Yeah, I think with even a few of the things that I've still got left to do, which will definitely lose me time, I think we're still looking at sub 10, which is good. I don't know by how much, but yeah. Sub 10 should still. I don't actually have my splits open at the moment because I've just got all like the recipe stuff open. So I don't know exactly how we're looking, but last time I checked, we were looking fine. We're going to be losing a lot of time, pretty much all in the end split, and we probably have lost a bit of time here. Because of just the hothouse being destroyed, really. But I think I basically managed to give myself enough leeway, give myself enough of a head start, so that any time lost shouldn't affect sub 10. Should still be there for that. Right, I'm really hoping I don't mess up any recipes because I would kind of like to finish recipes today, with the exception of the relaxation tea. I don't think I have any of the recipes to make variations on jam. That's sashimi. I've only got a few left, so I can play it safe and safe here. Already made tempura, so we can just make tempura noodles. I like that it gives you, you open the kitchen and it gives you the option do not cook. It still gives you a chance to back out. It's like, now are you prepared for this, you know? Do you really want to go into the cooking with whatever mindset you're currently in, you know? Take a step back and think about it first. Because that menu is like entirely unnecessary. Like it really should just be like, you open the kitchen and then it says, try something new, follow a recipe, do not cook, or you know, whatever one. The cook dish, do not cook dish. That is entirely pointless. I have a feeling I've missed a recipe somewhere. Obviously, besides the one I know I've missed. Like, I have a feeling I'm going to check after this and I'm not going to be on 63. Okay, no. That's fine then. So yeah, so one recipe left. And I've got to wait until spring to get it. Why still 43? So, okay. So part of that will be down to the fact that I haven't got the remaining hearts with my horse, my dog, and my child. So I'm still a few % down because of that. But then a lot of it, so then another, I think 2% will be because of the hothouse. Did I actually buy the power berry in the end, or? I think I have. I think I still have to do that. Yeah, I still got the power berry left to buy. Not the festival today. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose I'll do that today and then buy the hothouse today as well. And then just hope it doesn't blow itself up in like the 4 days, or well, in the basically like the week that I'll have it up for. But yeah, so then I'm also missing about 30% because I don't have any animals, or I don't have any like livestock essentially. So obviously, you know, I have my cat, I have my horse and my dog, but you get 30% just from having a full barn and a full coop. And then it looks like I'm missing about 9% because in this version of the game, the power berries don't actually increase the counter. I don't remember exactly which versions that's in, because originally I thought it was just the boy and girl versions, but I'm pretty sure I've been told that it's also in like the original PS1 version. But But yeah, there are just some versions of the game that the power berries just don't actually increase the counter. So we still get them in the run, because there are versions in which the power berries do increase the counter, so you can actually get 98%. 88% isn't the max. But at the end of the run, when I show that my counter has 88%, I'll say 80. I'll show that it has 88% and that I have all 10 power berries, so it will actually be 98%. There we go. Finally buy this blasted power berry. Sorry, the power fruit, of course. So something I should actually do, may as well just do now, is buy all the items that I'm going to use for the tea party, for the Sprite tea party. When the store actually opens, of course. Okay, so strange enough, I think we are actually looking to get a time save here somehow. I don't even know why or how, but the last 10 days shouldn't take... I don't think they'll take 20 minutes. Even with all the stupid stuff that is going to go on. So a time save is very nice, because then that means there's going to be because that massive time loss that is going to happen in the end split. It means we're not going to be as far back as we should be, or could be. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. But yeah, but this is essentially the reason as to why I have the end split, is because the run doesn't actually end at the end of winter, at the end of year 3. Because at the end of year 3, there's just like a little evaluation cutscene, and then at the end of that, the credits play. And usually, if you have 98% going into that, that's where the timing ends. But because of that one recipe, I won't have 98% going into it. I will have 97%, which obviously isn't what we're going for. So timing will continue through and during the credits, and then we'll stop basically as soon as I can show that I have 98%. So in fact, usually, I'll send my cows over, so this will actually be like a part, this will actually cause something that will be like kind of false time save, is because of that, I'm not actually going to send my cows over now, or rather, during this split, because there's still like 4 days that I have to, I didn't even need 8, I know I need, actually no, I didn't need 8, that's fine. But yeah, what was I saying? So usually I'd send my cows at the end of winter, and then I'd have them then. But because I've got like a few days going into spring, if any of my cows die, obviously then I have to replace them. So because I'd usually send my cows over in this split, that'll be like a slight time save that shouldn't actually happen in a proper run. But yeah. I don't think there's... The only other thing I think I can think in this particular split... Well, actually, there are a bunch of things that shouldn't actually happen in this split. Oh, wait, no, I can't buy things on weekends. Okay. That's not a big deal, that just means I still have to try and buy the hothouse on the 4th. Which I should really check pretty much now, if I can actually do that. First, second, 4th. No, I won't be able to do that. Okay. Cool. So I may as well just do that whenever then. I suppose. When's the last non-festival day? 29th. Okay, I'll do it then. Now I'm kind of regretting doing this because I now have to give my child honey one by one. And also I didn't need the presents now as well, so it's even more. In fact, I may as well get rid of some of them because I don't need, like, I have the money to replace them. Yeah, I definitely do. I'm just going to throw them because giving them to my child would just be pointless. He may not even like them. And irritatingly, you can't put wrapped presents away, which I think is really stupid, but that's just how the game works. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Now I just want to check. I may as well, you know. Yeah, okay. As suspected, but yeah, it's worth checking. Alright, so that's all power berries. Finally. After way too long of waiting to actually get that power berry. We're going for a while, how am I feeling? So in terms of actually like the fact that I've been streaming for about, gosh, how long have I been streaming for? 10 hours. That's fine. Like I've done this pretty much like now once every week. So streaming for 10 hours isn't the problem, or it doesn't really do anything. Like I've managed to slip in bathroom breaks and food breaks during the run, so that, you know, those are never a problem. Completely honestly though, when stuff happens that like So like when I forget things during the run and I don't realize until it's way too late to fix it, or without losing to fix it without losing a bunch of time. So obviously in this run I'm referring to forgetting the Sprite Tea Party. It does irritate me. And I basically have to try and like not let it get to me, but it's when you kind of realize that, and then you look at the time and it's like, oh god, there's still like 2 to 3 hours left in the run. So it's obviously like you don't want to let that get to you, so you just don't enjoy the last 2-3 hours of the run. But it's difficult, you know, because it's not like the game screwed me over or anything. It's not like anything like dumb happened or like anything that was out of my control. It's like pretty much entirely within my control. It's like, you know, something I messed up, something I forgot, and that's irritating. It is. You know, so when this run ends, will I be completely happy with it? Not really, but you know, I can do a better run of it anyway, so you know, I'll try and get that better run, and presumably when I get that better run, it will be better enough to the point where I actually will be happy with whatever the final time of it is. So there's no limit on how many items you can give per day, but I'm basically giving him like, I'm actually giving him way more than I. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, I'm doing fine. I'm giving him 5 honeys a day because basically, I think I worked out in a previous run. If you do that, it basically like increases him 1 heart per day. Okay, so I need to get 2 more, which is fine because I still, luckily the honey tree still grows honey in winter. I got worried for a second that it didn't because I pressed the X button and nothing happened. Okay, so my child is now on 10 hearts, which is fine. My dog and my horse aren't, which isn't going to be a massive problem because of the fact that I have to go into year 4. I think my horse, there's still a possibility that I can actually get it to 10 hearts by the end of winter. Dog, possibly not, because he's still got 2 hearts left. Actually, no, I don't think so. So I may very well be waiting on them for for 98%. I don't know why I did that. That doesn't do anything. Okay, well, I may as well stay up today to order the hot house. So it'll pretty much be done in time for the Sprite Tea party. Not that it's required for the Sprite Tea party, but you know, it'll be done. They'll be done like roughly around the same time. So yeah, so this really is, you know, tail end, you know, final stretch. Not even final stretch. I don't even know. I don't even know what we describe this like very, very final bit of the run as, but you know, we're there essentially. And it's even going to go a little bit longer, so so we can enjoy that. But yeah, because there isn't really much left to focus on at this point in the run. It's just cleaning up. It's just obtaining the final few percentages. If you have any questions about the run, about anything, you know, perfect time to ask, because absolutely nothing is happening now. There is pretty much nothing I can mess up at this point. It's just, as I said, it's just clean up now. Just cleaning up the last few percentages. Well, I say the last few percentages, it's, you know, I've still got like 30 or so. I've still got like somewhere between like 30 and 40% to get. Why do so many people not like Ellie? See, I thought people liked Ellie. I thought she was one of the popular ones. Chat, who here likes Ellie? Well, they just kind of get like a general opinion. Not necessarily if she's your favourite, but do you like her? Top 3 is not number 1. Indeed. So Ellie is the girl who works in the hospital, with the short brown hair. Yeah, exactly. She was the one who was ready to quit her job when I proposed to her. Like, too ready, you know? Oh man, my child's gone down. No, continue being my friend, child. Okay, so we're only saving a few minutes, which means in the future, theoretically, we could save a lot more. But, I don't know. Seen us awkward teenage years. This will like do for about a few days or so. So, you know, if this were actually, you know, the end will actually be about 2.5 minutes, this would be a pretty good run. Like, you know, still wouldn't be the sub 9 that I would like in the end, but I'd be happy with it, you know. Unfortunately, I've got quite a little bit left to do. Not too much. Like, I think I should almost definitely still be an hour ahead. Because the Sprite Tea Party I don't think should take that long. Credits will take a few minutes, unfortunately. But yeah. So, yeah. I suppose during this final cutscene and during the credits, I'll kind of look back and reflect on the run. A lot of it did go well. Like, I think besides the first few splits, so the first 3 splits I was behind on. But then I've pretty much been ahead since, which is good. I think there was a massive time loss in Summer 2. I think that would have been because of shipping duplication 3, which shouldn't happen, but I think if you do the right amount, if you ship the right amount of necklaces or earrings or whatever, it's certainly helpful. But I think you may want to actually do that later, just because once you've done once you're finished with horse races, it'll be easier to determine how much money you'll need. But it's difficult because by that point, you probably, like in this run, I would have already run out of money for the houses. But yeah, so for people who want some lore for the story, Potpourri was, this is usually where time would end, and a 920 I'd be happy with, I certainly would. But yeah, Potpourri was the girl from our childhood. Of course, knew it all along, really. That's why I married her. So yeah, even though the credits playing, we're still going. Time is still rolling. The game ain't over yet. Because I haven't got 98%. And this is a 98% run, So we ain't finished quite yet. We've still got a little bit to go. Not much, but a little bit, But yeah, the fact that I managed to stay ahead pretty much for most of the run, I'm happy with. Because that meant there were no massive, stupid time losses. Now I'm a bit wary of some of the golds. So like, Spring 3, there was a gold, and part of that will be because I completely forgot the Sprite Tea Party. It was kind of a bit the same reason why there was a massive time saver in Spring 2. Because in my PB, that's when I actually did the Sprite Tea Party. But I think it's a little bit better to do it in Year 3. Yeah, so yeah, as I said, this one can definitely be improved. I had to do a lot of things second try. Like it took me like 2 attempts to do first shipping duplication. It took me like 3 attempts to do second shipping duplication because I kept messing up the first part of the glitch. And then even then once I got it, I messed up and had to do it a 3rd time. Which luckily I got first try. But that definitely could have gone a lot worse. Swimming Festival, as always, had to do that 2nd try. Chicken Festival, 2nd try I'm moderately pleased with, but I definitely would have preferred to do it 1st try. Fall of Year 3 was Fall of Year 2 I think it was really stupid, because I did Fall of Year 2 twice. Is sub 9 possible? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I think sub 9 is definitely possible. By how much, I don't know. And like sub 9, you actually need to do get like a really good run. Like pretty much all of your, I don't think everything needs to be first try, but a lot of things need to be first try. Like I think all of your shipping duplications should be first try to get this. To get sub 9. So okay, so I haven't actually finished the run yet. The run is still going. So it still says 53 because I'm not actually at 98 yet. Or does it say 53? Yeah, well, 55 now. Though technically I'm on 65 because because it's not counting the 10% from power berries. So I'm on 65%. 30 of that, so to boost me up to 95%, will be just from animals that I don't currently have. Which I suppose I may as well get tomorrow. So yeah, so tomorrow I'll fill up my barn. Oh, get off that horse. I'll fill up my barn with all the animals, and that'll give me, fill up the barn and the chicken coop, and that'll give me 30%. And then I'll also, and then so yeah, so I'm now on 56 because my horse is now on 10 hearts. Hopefully in the next few days, my dog will go on 10 hearts, and then that'll be 57, or 67 or 97 or whatever. You know, that'll be the 7, and the 8 will be when I do the next recipe. Did I do the Sprite birthday? No, so that's today. So today I'm going to do the Sprite tea party, which is basically not the entire reason, because obviously the fact that I had 3, I didn't have my horse on 10 hearts and I didn't have my dog on 10 hearts, meant I would have had to go past this anyway because I'd also messed up with that. But this is basically the main reason as to why this run is still going. You know, what a lovely day. It rains as well, so you can't even hear any of the nice music. Which will be fun, because I have to wait until 3 o'clock, so, yeah. So usually in a run, this is a good opportunity to go do other things. But obviously, this is right at the end of the run, where there is, there is nothing to do. There is no need to do anything now. So we're just killing time, you know. Maybe I'll just do it like this now. So the reason it only goes up to 98% is basically because the recipes don't add up to 10. The recipes only give you 8% total, and all the other percentages add up to 90, so you can only get 98% in this game. The FAQ, which is just wonderfully been linked in chat, goes into more detail in basically what all the percentages are and just a bit about information at the run. But anyway, sorry. Hey, Kriso-kun, how are you doing today? You're just in time for the end of the run. The very end, essentially. I'm actually surprised I didn't get, what's his name, Rick married at all. Right, so it's your birthday today, isn't it? In which case, have a gift. How are you doing now? 3. Perfect. So now we just gotta wait until 3 o'clock. So, you know, again, if anybody has any questions, you know, AMA, ask me anything. Go right ahead, we've got time. $12. When am I marrying Tabitha and why Tabitha? So, for people who aren't aware, this is referring to my current casual playthrough of Harvest Moon Light of Hope, which happens every Wednesday from starting about 7:30 British summer time, and goes on. You know, each stream lasts about 4 hours. So, you know, feel free to join if you're interested. No, just you know, any questions, fuck it. But yeah, when am I marrying Tabitha? I'm hoping 1 or 2 streams, I think. I've maybe got 1 or 2 streams left before I get married in that game. And why Tabitha? Because she's a cutie. And she's a witch. And that's pretty cool. And yeah. What about the blonde girl? Now, she's kind of like my second choice. If this was one of the few games where Tabitha isn't a marriage candidate, then I would have gone for her. But she is. So I am going for her. Actually, am I able to get the teapot in a rainy day? I think I am. This would be hilarious if I can't. In which case it won't be hilarious. I can. Good. Hilarity avoided. Which is all I really want, you know? To avoid any sort of hilarious things happening on the stream. I mean, he doesn't really come into it. You know, he's not part of the equation at all. Right, here we go. Final ingredient. See, I don't find myself in the position of holding tea parties that often. I don't find myself hosting them that frequently, if at all, really. I thought potpourri was like a herb or something. It was like a herb or a spice. Or something like that. I wasn't sure it was something to do with poultry. I love that final question and the answer to it in your FAQ. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember which one that was now. It's either... This isn't... It's either like something to do with like this isn't a speedrun. Or it's something like that. It's something like, if this is a speedrun, why is it so long? I think that's the question. And then my answer to it is... my answer to it is you do it faster and then come back to me. Right, okay, so now I just need the animals. So if you want to know why that question is in my FAQ, I just want to make sure that is the right question I'm talking about. Unless there's another last one that I've forgotten. Yeah, is it really a speedrun if it takes like... It's because I've kind of got like a few jokey questions at the end. There's one about like, is it cheating? There's another similar-ish one. Oh, of course, now my horse has gone down. Well, I'll fix that in a bit. Hopefully. But yes, the reason why that's in my FAQ is because, so, one of my old runs of this game is up on YouTube. And if this run ends up on YouTube and you're watching it now and you're watching it to this point and you're hearing me say this, I'm probably not talking about you. I'm just going to say that right now. Like, if you've actually made it this far in the run, yeah, chances are you're a normal person somehow. But yeah, I get a lot of comments on that run, which makes sense. It's like easily my most popular video, like by far. And occasionally I get a comment along the lines of, you know, oh, this is... So the run that is on PB is basically, is a 15-hour run. It's one of my first times. And was basically, I think like the best time that I did before I stopped running this for about 2 years or so. Also, I ran this category for a bit in 2017. Then stopped and moved on to other games, other categories and stuff. And then have come back to it this year, 2 years later. But yeah, so, you know, when I uploaded the run to YouTube, the best time around, you know, at that time was about 15 hours long. So yeah, so there were a couple of comments on that video basically saying, oh, is this really a speedrun? It takes 15 hours. And obviously, I don't respond to those comments on YouTube, because I'm a little pussy-ass bitch who'd rather shit-talk them on my stream. But, nah, they're not watching anyway. I have, like, a massive disconnect from my YouTube audience and my Twitch audience, which I almost find hilarious because it's like, I don't understand why people would follow me on YouTube, because I'm much more active on Twitch. So, I don't know. But if you found me from YouTube, hi, thank you for actually watching my actual content and not my YouTube that never gets updated. But yeah, basically I think it's a stupid question, or, you know, it's a stupid thing to say, oh, was it a speedrun if it's, you know, 15 hours long? Because, like, well, I'm still going faster than you could ever possibly hope to. You know? You know, I'm still trying to play as fast as possible. You know, most people don't complete this game to the maximum completion in one sitting. You know, let alone a 15-hour or even 10-hour sitting or whatever. So yeah, it's a stupid question. The answer is yes, it's still a speedrun. Whether it, like, it doesn't even have to be a good speedrun. Like, you could speedrun a game that does have, like, you know, a 10-minute world record. And, you know, it could have like a 10-minute, well, you know, if you take a fucking 10 hours to beat Super Mario Brothers or something, and you record that, and it's all single segment, it's not a great speedrun, no, not at all, it's fucking terrible. But if you're trying, if the purpose of it is there to beat it as fast as possible, I'd still say that somewhat makes it a speedrun. And maybe people would disagree with me on that. Maybe that wasn't the best example to give. But, you know. Right, let's finish this cow off. Oh, sorry. Potpourri. I said cow, I meant horse. I did that earlier, you know. What if I know you from in real life? Then you need to get the fuck out of my streams. This is for people I don't know only. Oh, I was really hoping they'd be done today, just so I could have an excuse to go to the Goddess Festival, you know? There you go, 88%, and I have all 10 power berries, 98% completed. At 9 hours, 40 minutes, 20 seconds, yay. What a dumb run. What a dumb, stupid, dumb run. But we did it, sub 10, bleh. Let's go and celebrate, yeah?